I see a duck. I see a bunny. But where are the shaman girls? Lintahlo. Hello, everyone. Hello, Guppy. Hello, Susanna. Hello, Worm. Hello, Alastor. Hello, Toast. Welcome to the next episode of Steins Gate Zero. This I think this one is the load state we have to continue. This is where Kurisu looks like a VTuber. 11 online. To everyone. We're getting an ending today for sure. Yes, we're totally getting an ending. Are we getting an ending though? I think I mean, we're not getting the true ending. As far as I understand, we have to go through the other endings to get the true ending. The shaman girl is here. It's just a cult member. Oh my god. So, last week, Detective Luka-chan found Kagari. And apparently Kagari might not be Kagari. Or Kagari is Kagari, but Yuki is not Kagari anymore. Can you follow? Thank you for becoming the next chat mem, Alastor. Cult mem can be a shaman. Well, I mean, no, because the cult mem follows like a guru or shaman, but it's not one themselves. A shaman of elfism. I am a chat man. You are a chat member. What were we doing? Oh, we got into the other timeline where we found Kurisu, the real Kurisu. The timeline where we let Mayuri to die, and we decided to stay with Kurisu, except we didn't stay with Kurisu because apparently we're not together. Every chat mem can become a chat man if they put on cat. Oh, you mean the French chat? Yeah. I am harem. Oh god, the bros emote is still there, but there is no panic. I will get to drawing more emotes. I swear, soon. DM. There's so much to do. There's only 2 more days left, and then my complete archive will disappear. Well, except for the highlights that get a lot of views. I've seen which ones they are. I can tell you right away. Where is it? So, the one highlight with the most views is the first one of Steins Gate. Diving is the first playthrough of Steins Gate. It has 64 views. 63 of these might be just me rewatching it. But one of you also watched it. And the second one that is staying is Vampire the Masquerade, Conjurers of New York. The first part. It doesn't say first part, but it's the Blood Bartender. The third one, I'm very happy about that. Paranomicide, part 1. Spoopy detective game. Little did I know. It has curses. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. Go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey. Hello, Yuki. Thank you for singing. Oh no, there's a huge kitten in chat. We don't want that. We do not want kitten ending. I always wonder if they count the streamer's view as a view. Of course! I mean, the streamer counts as a viewer when they make the highlight, and they check if everything is according to plan. Why do you see my life bars? Oh my god. Alright. No life bars. Leaking Yuki. Happy curses. Yes, it was a very good game. And the fourth highlight that is gonna stay in archive because of 50 views. You will never guess what it is. It is not Steins Gate. It is not any Vampire the Masquerade game. It is not Paranormal Side. It's not even King of the Castle. Can you guess what is gonna stay on the channel? The archive. It is Eliza, the fucking innkeeper. It was a demo of Eliza the innkeeper that we played. It has 50 views, so it's gonna stay on the archive. So I was seeing your overlay by design. No, by mistake, by eepiness. You're seeing it by eepiness. That answers the question, yes. Jamfan, hello, welcome. Happy Saturday to you. So you're saying when I get 60 views on a VOD, it may just be that I've attempted to make the highlights 60 times. No, because you've watched it. And also, these are the highest numbers. So if you have 100 views on every other highlight, then those are gonna stay and not the one with 60 views. That one out of everything. Yes, Eliza the innkeeper. Yuki, thank you for... God damn it. Thank you for a 25 stream streak. Well, it's a horny game, so people will accidentally watch the bot. Yeah. Thank you, Gappy, also for streaking. Very nice. The Quoken is always watching. Yes. And yeah, the next one is Lies of P, Part 1. The next one is King of the Castle, Part 1. The next one is the second part of Coteries of New York. As far as I see, Coteries of New York is gonna stay completely on the archive. There's part 1, 2, and 3. So that one's gonna be complete. And then first part of Volcano Princess and one of part 3 of Steins Gate Classic. Alester, thank you for subscribing! Oh my god. 2 years of elfing. 22 months streak. 24 months. But 22 month streak. I don't know why the month streak is there. I don't get the number. 24 months. 2 years of elfin. You've been subscribed for 24 hours. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support, Lesto. Please keep enjoying the emotes. Spread them far and wide on Twitch, and I hope you enjoy the content. So yeah, Blood Bartender, search for the perfect blood flavor, and Will Valerie become an Lester are the top 10 most viewed archive VODs or highlights. And I think the next ones is also Resident Evil, the first part. Don't worry about the giraffe. And I think it's right. Strangely, part 3, not part 1. And I think the first one of Vampire Therapist as well. And the rest are just second, third parts. So yeah, very few one-shots except for Eliza the Innkeeper. You seem to love the Eliza the Innkeeper. A whole day, 24 hours. Nah, I hate it here, that's why I stay subscribed. You hate watch Elf Twitch. Oh. Veen, hello, hi. Welcome. Happy Saturday to you. So, should we start? Or do you need some more time to mourn the archive? I think I'm the one who has the most problems with it. Thanks for coming to the next chat, Mim. Of course not. Who could hate you? Thanks. I tried to stream. Yeah, I should do that. I did have breakfast, so. But I did wake up like an hour ago or something. I'm still very groggy. I am as groggy as Maho. Breakfast, yes. So we are still in the beta word line because we are a beta male. It's gotta be this one. Yeah, and I remember number 15 and Kurisu's VTuber outfit. Load this data, yeah.
ということは、やっぱりあんたの選択は間違ってはなかったってことよ。
Which means that you made the right choice after all, in the alpha word line. She means, like, killing Kurisu and saving Mayuri. Rookie number, I'm awake for 6 hours already. That is normal, you know, for Europe. But I like sleeping. I finally met her again, but she was here alive right in front of me, but... Oh, come on! She walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration. Stop this nonsense already, Lintahlo, Kabe.
一度出した結論でしょうが、あんたはここにいちゃいけないの。帰らなきゃいけない。
You already reached your conclusion. You can't stay here. You have to go back.
夢から覚めなきゃいけないのよ。
You have to wake up from the dream. But I'm EP.
だってもう。
Because I love Mayuri. Well, everyone does.
もうそうやって苦しむあんたを見ていたくないから。
I don't want you to see you suffer like this anymore.
Kurisu.
Did you notice? I noticed during watching the VOD, which is something I do. He calls her Kurisu. He's been calling her Kurisu.
さあ、これ以上は時間の無駄よ。
Come on.
私はやるから。
This is a waste of time. I'm doing it. I'm pushing the button. Meep. She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will. She means saving the game and turning it off instead of doing a 12-hour stream last week. I did not do that. I haven't finished my morning coffee. I mean, that's also based. I'm on my first coffee. How many coffees can you have in a day? I've been up for 20 hours. I got a crazy idea of fixing my sleeping schedule by not sleeping. Shit. And then I slept 15 hours and ruined it. So instead of learning from the experience, I'm doubling down. I'm so sorry to hear that. Damn it, I hope it gets fixed soon. I mean, if you need to go to sleep, do that. You can take the stream to bed on the phone. Only works if you stay up for a week. Do not give people ideas, Cappy. No, do not cause chaos. I don't know, 6 to 8 coffee mugs seems responsible. Reasonable. Me 2 or 3 usually. Jesus, how do you... Like, I cannot even drink coffee every day. I had 1 coffee yesterday. It was a latte macchiato. I was very happy that I didn't get tummy ache. So... But I haven't had coffee before that for like a week. You can sleep for 24 hours. I've drank way too much tea. I can't sleep for now. Maybe in a few hours after the kidnapping. No, there is no kidnapping. Susanna's approach to sleep schedule seems reasonable. No. I basically only drink coffee. But you have so much good French food. Why can't you have something else than coffee? Coffee doesn't give me a tummy ache. If it did, I wouldn't drink it. I mean, you can dose it correctly. If you don't drink too much coffee in a day or too much coffee in a week, then you don't get the tummy aches. But if you do, then you get tummy aches. Or I do. I don't usually drink. What about water? Skill issue. Just blend the food. Will it blend? You know, can't you drink foie gras? Or tartare. Oh, that is so delicious. Or tatar, not tartar. Tatar? Is it like that? I'm pretty sure French water isn't particularly better than any other water. But water is based. You have to drink water. Tartar. Yeah, exactly. The one with raw meat. Of course it has to be good, but it's actually delicious. That is good, yeah. I could feel the strength of her will, her resolve, her determination. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had been just standing there in front of the phone wave. Thinking back, she'd probably already made her decision. Without anyone knowing. Without anyone to say goodbye to. She'd chosen to go to a world where she would no longer exist. It had probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. She'd probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this was what she'd chosen after all that. I didn't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong.
ねえ岡部、夢から覚める前に一つ約束して。
約束。Hey Okabe, before you wake up, promise me something.
約束?
約束? Promise you what? Drink raw meat. Promise me to drink raw meat. What? Council of Ducks compels you. Oh, you want Duck Elf. Wait, this button? Yes, it is button, but it also did something to the game. This is not good. What the fuck happens if I play F7? If I press F7. Why does everything look red? Quick load. Oh, it is the button for quick load. Yeah, we don't want that. Chat demands to drink raw meat. Yeah, I mean, make sure it's safe. Make sure the meat is fresh. Do not drink directly from a live cow. No messing with the timeline. Quick load, yeah. It would make sense, yes. But why is everything red? Right, what promise do you want, Kurisu?
ベータ世界線に行ったら私のことは忘れなさい。
When you get to the beta word line, forget about me. You know. It was just the opposite of what she'd said that day. The day when I chosen the beta word line, she'd said to me, "Don't forget me." But now she was asking for the opposite.
忘れるなんて。
Forget you?
そんなことできるわけないだろ
You know I can't do that. She was always like that. She always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could.
言ったでしょ。これは夢よ。夢は普通起きたら忘れるもんでしょ。
Remember what I said? This is a dream. Once you wake up from a dream, you forget what happened, right? She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her. But
子供の頃に見た悪夢は今でも覚えてるぞ
more like a nightmare. And I still remember the nightmares I had when I was a little kid. You, Kurisu, are my nightmare. The trick is to add glue so the raw meat flows better. French cooking tip. Write it down, everyone. Those shortcuts are useful for quick outfit changes, but sometimes they also share functions with the game. Yes! Sorry, Kurisu, I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to drink meat.
誰が悪夢な。誰が。
Who are you calling a nightmare? It was all I could do to keep from breaking down. But that was probably the same for her.
とにかく私のことは忘れること。今日あったこともこれまであったことも。
Anyway, forget about me. Forget about what happened today and everything that came before.
それが私の望みだから。
That's what I want. She turned around and stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄馬。嘘ついたら海馬に電極ぶっ刺す。指切った。
Oh, come on, don't let that stop you. It's a pinky promise. Lie and I'll stab an electrode into your hippocampus. Got it? No, hippo. Instructions unclear. Added protein glue. Ended up with fake steak. That's the true meaning of fetchy lavash. The cow? What do you want to do with the cow? Hand holding, how lewd. Yes.
随分と語呂が悪いな
That doesn't rhyme at all.
ほっとけ。
Shut up. Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this was what she wanted. But still...
クリス
Kurisu. Okabe. Kurisu. Okabe. Oscar. André. What a bad comparison. Oscar and André are so much cooler. Our voices overlapped.
どうした
What is it?
あんたこそ。
You first.
なんでもないただ呼んでみただけだ
It's nothing. I just wanted to say it out loud. The name of the person I cared for. Kurisu.
偶然ね。私も同じ。
What a coincidence. So did I. The name of the person I loved.
ねえ、あんたは覚えてる？私と初めて会った時のこと。
Hey, do you remember when we first met? Yeah, at Nakabachi's presentation.
忘れられるわけがない何しろ強烈だったからな
Of course I do. You made a hell of a first impression. Yeah, so did you.
それを言うならあんたの方こそ。
I knew it. Fetchy lavash is a famous quote from Monty Python. Oh, then it means fetch the cow. Fetchy lavash. It's bad English. Handhold, yeah. I remember I stabbed you.
ほんと、あの時はまさかこんな風になるなんて思
Really?
ってもみなかったわ。
I never thought things would end up like this.
まさかあんな出会いでこんなにも。
Never thought that encounter would lead to meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now, because you have literally no other chance.
まったくだな。
That's right. I couldn't say it, but
でも言っとくけど、私たちの出会いも覚えてていいのは今のうちだからな。
just so you know, you're only allowed to remember our meeting right now. Then you have to forget, even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら忘れなきゃいけないんだからな。
Once the word line goes back, you have to forget. I think it's gonna be more complicated than that. Do you know of a girl named Kagari? Even just for a second.
わかってるよ。
I know. Just for an instant.
そんなに簡単に忘れられるんだ。
So you're going to forget me just like that? If it would last just a little longer.
お前が言い出したことだろ。
This was your idea! Her voice.
そうだけど、そんな風にあっさり言われちゃうと、それはそれでムカつく。
It's true, but it still pisses me off to hear you just say it like it was nothing. You made me pinky promise, girl. Say, Kurisu, how do you stab me with an electrode if you disappear? That is another question. The way she moved.
忘れろと言ったり、忘れるなと言ったり、一体どっちなんだ？
First you want me to forget, then you want me to not forget. Which is it? Dear tsundere. Her smile.
冗談。嘘よ。嘘。
Hey, it's a joke. I'm just kidding. So, are you kidding about forgetting you or not forgetting you?
なんだ？
Oh,
嘘なのか？
it's a joke.
そう。
Yeah,
嘘。
just a joke. Just a little longer so that I could remember it all. Already breaking his promise. Promise you will forget me. How dare you say you'll forget? But I was out of time.
岡部、
Kabu?
それじゃあ、ね。
Bye. Those words were the sign that the magic was over.
あ、
Yeah. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurisu smiled, satisfied, and turned back toward the phone wave. Name subject. She probably already had the message ready. There we go. The phone wave started to boom and crackle like thunder. There was a long, long countdown. The whole time Kurisu faced away from me, and I just watched. The noise got louder. The countdown continued. And then it was time.
岡部、
Okabe,
いい目覚めよ。
it is time to wake up. Kurisu turned around with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. And then we are back in the beta. No, wait. In the beta timeline, right? And then I woke up from my short dream. Mushrooms. Onto the kitten would like, no! Seffikins, hello! Hi, cute chat. Hi, cute Elfie. Hello! Welcome. Happy Saturday to you. I've been playing the new Doom. Oh, yeah, it looks good. I want to get it at some point. And it is badass. It looks badass. Happy Saturday. Yay, Seffikins. Back to being a beta male. Yeah, we are back in the beta world line. The other was the alpha world line. color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. The lab started to come back into focus. I could tell immediately that the word line had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes, but she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. I felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the Alpha word line. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room, and now everyone was here, except for her.
おかりん、どうしたの？
What's
具合
wrong?
悪い？
Are you sick? Oh, is he gonna hug my Yuri now?
いや、大丈夫だ。
No, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Mayuri,
お薬飲みますか？
do you want some medicine? Shaman medicine? There's no Gamma word line. Yeah, no STEINS gate. He should hug Mayuri. Yeah, he should, but probably doesn't want to make her worried.
平気だよ。
I'm
心
fine.
配ない。
No need to worry. Yuka-chan. And...
本当に？
Kari.
無理しちゃダメだよ。
Really? You shouldn't push yourself. Kagari Shina. If Mayuri and Kagari were here, that meant I was back to the beta word line.
ちょっと腹が減っただけだ。朝から何も食べてなくてな。
I'm just a little hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day.
もうおかりんさんたらダメだよ。ちゃんとご飯は食べなきゃ。ダルおじさんみたいに大きくなれないよ。
Ha 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 ha. Come on, Okarin. You need to eat, or you won't get big like Uncle Daru.
ああ、なるくらいなら一食抜いた方がマシだよ。
I would rather skip a meal than end up like him.
だったらマユシーが何か作ってあげるよ。
Okay, Mayoshi will make something then. Oh shit.
ママが作れるの？
You will, mommy? Can you? What do you call her, mommy?
もうかがりちゃんまでそういうこと言うんだから。
Oh, Kagari, not you too.
これでもね、最近はユキさんにお料理教えてもらってるんだよ。
Yuki's been teaching me things lately.
じゃあ僕が手伝うから。
Okay then, I will help you too. No wait, look at Chan's voice is more like, okay then, I will help too.
待ってくれ。
Wait! Make her Totoro in surprise. Maybe Luca, so we can start the secret Luca route. There is no Luca route! Wormtalon said so. I hope I can trust Wormtalon. The Guppies of Time won the Gamma timeline. It's a dark dimension. Shit. Mommy's sorry. Mommy's sorry. I don't get that meme. I don't know what it means. No, Yuki, don't! He's gonna burn the lab down. Wormtalon is trustworthy. Can you trust Worm? Can you trust Guppy?
すみません。僕手伝わない方がいいですか？
Sorry? Should I not help?
いや、そうじゃない。
No, that's
そ
not
うじゃ
it.
ないんだ。
That's not it at all. I looked around at everyone and then back at Kagari.
かがりさん。
Miss Sheena.
やだな、おかりんさん。私のことはかがりでいいって言ってるのに。
Oh, Okarin. I said you could just call me Kagari and I will call you Okarin. Something was different. Really? Yeah, you can always trust Worm. He would never lie. Amateur. Guppy says no. Can you trust Guppy? Nope. I only lie when I have something to gain from it. Shit. caffeine time. Hydrate the streamer. Thank you for redeeming hydrate. Something was different, he says.
じゃあかがり、さっきまゆりのことをなんて呼んでたか聞いてもいいか？
Kagari, can I ask you what you were calling Mayuri?
なんてって、ママだよ。
I called her mommy. Why?
どうして？
どうして？
どうしても何も、ママはママだもん。ね、ママ。
Why? Because she's my mommy, right, mommy?
やっぱりそう呼ばれるの、ちょっと照れちゃうな。
It's kind of embarrassing to hear that. I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in embarrassment.
知ってるのか？二人とも未来の世界で親子だってことを。
And then the two of you know that you're mother and daughter in the future.
かがりちゃんのことはオカリンが教えてくれたんだよ。
Huh? You're the one who told me about her?
俺が？
You did? You did, I think. Mayuri is her mommy. She has wrapped her in bandages. No? Was she hurt? The one who's hurt is Yuki. She got kicked by Suzuha.
本当のことを知っておいた方がいいって。ね
That's right. You said it would be better to know the truth, right?
え、ね
Yep. Did I really tell them? Also, Luca is right here. Does Luca know now about time travel? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあもしかしてルカ子も？
I don't think he did. That was probably a change from Kurisu's D-mail. What did she send? Then does Luka-chan also?
ごめんなさい。僕、聞くつもりはなかったんですけど、耳に入ってしまって。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen in, but I heard it anyway. Luka-chan lowered her head in apology.
あ、でも大丈夫です。他の人には言ってませんし。それに。
But don't worry, I haven't told anyone. And
僕、ちょっとだけ嬉しかったんです。皆さんと秘密を共有できて。
being able to share in everyone's secrets kind of made me happy.
本当は直接教えてもらえればよかったんですけど。
I would have been happier if you told me that directly, but what can you expect, right? Ocarina just wants to protect his real... No! Don't be a solo bitch. Tell your friends what's going on and let them help you, probably. Yes! Even Luka-chan knew about Mayuri and Kagari. What if I told her that I was supposed to get into the time machine? She would kick me right in. Okabe, you have to do it. Wait, but I'm not ready. Get in the time machine, Okabe. Oh god, why does it sound 1,000 times worse than when Suzuha threatens me with a gun? Go do it, Okabe. Save your girlfriend. Alright, I'm going. Which meant that, of course.
でも驚きました。タイムマシンとか未来とかお話の世界のものだって思ってたんですけど、実現できるなんて。
Still, I was really surprised. I thought that the time machine was only fiction. I had no idea you could make it real. She knew about the time machine. Evidently, I hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha word line. I was in a word line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I'd used before was gone now. The cringe meter. It meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt like very different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old word line and what was different.
かがり、もう少し質問させてほしい。
Can I ask some more questions?
何？
What is it? I showered Kagari with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kagari retained her memories of her childhood, in other words, of the year 2036. So it is Kagari? My god, then who is Yuki? More intimidating because it'll take longer to kill you with the sword than with her gun. Yes! You will suffer more. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and also Ferris and Luka-chan. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Fortunately, they hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks that want to know what their future holds. No, not really, no. But when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence like it was for me. Some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there was inevitably going to be a war in which 5 billion people died.
それじゃあ、ここに来たのはルカ子の家に居候したのがきっかけで間違いないな。
Then it was definitely your staying at Luka-chan's that brought you here, right? What? Very good, Kagari. Oh shit. Maybe Yuki is Kagari too. There are 2 Kagaris? Thank you whoever gifted the sub. I always the elf emote. Thanks for enjoying the elf emote. Baha, welcome. Always love the elf emote. That is wonderful to hear. Thank you so much. Happy Saturday to you. Baha. Boing, boing. Me too. Yuki is also Kagari. Yeah, who the fuck is Yuki right now? This is so confusing. Anyway, Kagari is now a valley girl.
ていうか、オカリンさんがママと引き合わせてくれたんだよ。覚えてないの？
Huh? And it was you who brought me and Mom together, Ocarine? Don't you remember? Oh.
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、一応確かめておこうと思ってな。
Right. I just thought I'd double check, you know? But Kagari was at Luka-chan's, so it was Luka-chan's idea that to bring her here. Like, it was Luka-chan who found her. The master detective. Yuki is Yuki, and Kagari, and Reigns. Happy Saturday to... I still think she is Kurisu in a new flesh body, fresh from the cloning factory in 2036. Could also be. It could be that she is Kurisu. The Amadeus Kurisu in a clone body. Funny that Kagara means something else in Italian and it has similar pronunciation to Kagari. What does it mean? Dang it, internet! Oh no!
一応ね。変なオカリンさん。
Double check, huh? You're acting weird, Ocarine. Kagari going missing had happened almost exactly as I remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us. And
行方不明になっていた間はどこで何をしていたのか全然覚えていないのか。
you don't remember anything about what you were doing while you were missing.
うん、綺麗さっぱり。気づいたらお寺で寝かされてた。
Nope, not a thing. The first thing I can remember is lying on a bed in a temple. You were still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this word line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and of the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chiba Mountains. The most important part was still missing. Who was she? Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor trying to think when I realized that something was missing.
床が綺麗だ。
The floor is clean.
あ、さっき岡部さんが来る前に掃除しておきました。
Oh, I cleaned it before you came.
いや、そうじゃなくて床に小さな穴が開いてたはずなんだが。
No, that's not it. Wasn't there a little hole in the floor?
床に穴ですか？
Hole in the floor? This is not the eternal narthex, you know. There are no holes in the floor. Kagari shitting. Oh no. Juicy Kagari number 1. That's Juicy Kagari number 2. No. I take 5 of those. Oh no. Kagari. We were thinking about how she had been named after Karage. But no. The lab had been attacked just last night. Right, there was a hole. A bullet hole. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor.
穴なんて開いてたかな？
Was there a
なか
hole?
ったと思うけど。
Was there a hole there? I don't think so. Oh, so, no one got attacked last night? Where's Suzuha? Why is Suzuha not here?
ちなみにお前たち昨日はそのどうだった？
By the way, how was yesterday?
昨日のパーティーのこと、すっごく楽しかったよ。
The party? It was a lot of fun.
あんなに楽しかったの、私初めてだった。
I've literally never had so much fun in my life. They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack. Yeah, no, obviously not. Which meant that the attack had never taken place. Was no one after Kagari in this world? No, it was too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did, I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like sometimes Mayuri's death would occur on different days in the Alpha World line, the same thing might happen a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious.
またみんなでパーティーしたいね。
I hope we can all have another party again soon, with my cooking.
その時は僕も何か作るよ。
When we do, I'll make something.
私も手伝う。
Oh my god, me too, I'll help. Bitches. They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but something sinister might be happening and I just didn't know it. No, I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the word line was changing was proof. Why had it changed anyway? I thought back to the events of that night. At first someone had taken over Amadeus. Kurisu had called me and asked for help. I don't have a phone right now to check. Lulu is probably messing with the time machine. There was so much shooting, so much. There was so much shooting, so much fun. Mao had a blast. She said it was just like home back in the US. We got a text which made me really happy. It reminded me. Kagari is not from the US though, that's Mao. Oh, do you mean the war? The children yearn for the war. Yeah. We got a text, well, which made me really happy. It reminded me of home. God damn it, Kurisu, what kind of message did you send? Kurisu called me and asked for help, and I said no help. The word line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus. Did Amadeus have something to do with the word line change? And what about the group who attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? I need my conspiracy board back. Maybe I needed to find out.
ところで、かがりちゃん、時間大丈夫？
By the way, Karage-chan, are you okay on time?
あ、いっけない。休憩時間終わってた。店長に怒られちゃう。
Oh no, break time's over. The owner is going to get mad at me.
店長ということは
The
バイ
owner?
トしてるのか？
Do you have a job? You do know that she has a job. Brown Tube Workshop. She works there with Suzuha.
そうだよ。下のブラウン管工房で。ってこの前言ったじゃん。
Yeah, that's right, I have a job. I'm working at the Brown Workshop downstairs. Wait, I already told you this. Did you forget?
そうだったか。
I see. In the old world line, Kagari had started working for Tennoji after the attack. That was another difference.
もう今日のオカリンさんはボケボケだね。しっかりしてよ。
Jeez, you're so out of it today, Ocarine. Get a hold of yourself.
すまない。
Sorry. Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Whee! Her words and mannerisms were much more childish than they'd been in the last word line. Oh my god, for real? The children yearn for two things, mines and war. Yeah.
アルバイト頑張ってね。
Work hard, okay?
それじゃ行ってきます。
Okay, bye.
かがり戻る前にもう一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
Kagari, let me ask one more thing before you go. I asked one final question to Kagari, who was now giving crisp salute.
アマデウスという言葉を聞いて何か思い当たることはないか？
Does the word Amadeus mean anything to you?
アマテウス？
Amadeus? Well, not like that. Amadeus, not Amadeus. Kagari seemed to think for a moment.
ごめん、わかんないや。
Nope, nothing.
そうか。
See. She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? Amadeus is not there at all. Amadeus. The AI had held Kurisu Makisa's personality and memories, and the application which started the program. But the program was gone.
悪かったな。こんなところに呼び出して。
Sorry to call you out here, but the ads are starting. Mao, you have to wait. I came here all the way, and I have to wait. Mauricio is gone. Yeah, Amadeus is gone. Does it even exist? Maybe it doesn't exist at all. Or maybe he said like, I don't want this. Anyway, ads are starting. Shit. Maho! Yes, Chan. Alright, we're gonna take a short break and then we will continue with this wood line, which is apparently completely new. See you in a bit. Right, we're back. And Maho's here. We're gonna ask her about Amadeus, I'm guessing. Sorry to call you out here.
別に構わないわ。ちょうど近くまで来てたから。
It's fine. I just happened to be nearby. After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I'd contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world. I had to find out.
で、話って
So, what did you want to talk about?
アマデウスのことだ。
It's about Amadeus. Why are you shocked? Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Her reaction surprised me as well. It simply said the word Amadeus.
あなた、どうして知ってるの
He's not supposed to know about Amadeus? But then... Dr. Leskinen... What happened to Dr. Leskinen? How did you know?
どうしてって。どういうことだ？
What do you mean?
どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるのよ
How do you know about Amadeus?
だってあのプロジェクトは去年の夏クリスの事件があったあの後に凍結されたのよ
That program was put on hold last summer after Kuriso's death.
凍結された？
Amadeus was put
アマ
on
デウスが？
hold? Oh my god. Dr. Leskinen must be devastated.
凍結ってことはつまりプロジェクト自体打ち切られたってことか？
You mean the project itself was shut down?
はっきり言ってしまえば
Yeah,
ことね
that's right. She clenched her fists in anger. It seems the change in this word line was a big one.
でさっきの質問どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるの
Now answer my question. How did you know about Amadeus?
それは
Because... Should I tell her about the word lines and the tractor field theory? About the yarn of the universe? Maho, I need technical support. My AI girlfriend app isn't opening. He's not part of the program. Apparently the program was discontinued. Did Kurisu send a D-mail to herself to never finish Amadeus? Wow, yeah, maybe? I don't know.
クリスから聞いたんだよ。大学の先輩がそういう研究をしてるって。
Kurisu told me that someone at her lab was doing work on it.
クリスがあの子
Kurisu told
あ
you?
なたにそんな話までしていたのね
Told you about that? I decided that it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about D-mail and the time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about all that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science.
なあ、アマデウスが凍結されたっていう話、もう少し詳しく教えてくれないか？理由は何だったんだ？
Can you tell me a little more about how the project was shut down? What was the reason?
なんでも外部団体からクレームが入ったんですって
Evidently, there was a complaint from an outside group.
人の記憶を人工知能に持たせるのは人間の複製を作り出すのと同じこと神のみに許される所業だって
Creating an artificial intelligence with human memories is no different than making a copy for human, they say. It's something that only God is allowed to.
欧米って自分たちの価値観で物を言う人が多いのよね特にそういうデリケートな部分は
Oof. A lot of people in Europe and America like to push their own values on others, especially in delicate matters like these. Matters of science, you know?
理由はそれだけなのか？
Is that the only reason?
ええ
Yep.
少なくとも私はそう聞いてるわいきなり研究は中止だって言われて教授たちも随分怒ってた
Aww. Yep, at least as far as I've heard, the professor and the rest of the team were really mad when they heard that the research was being shut down. Oh no! Dr. Leskinen, is he doing okay? The Amadeus program was stopped. What the... call? No. No, 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 no. Look at John. No. 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 Oh, fuck. I do not like this. I do not like this at all. It's alright, this one. Yoki is not Yoki. Yoki wants to. No, no, no. I was going to dispute that, but then I did remember what the Vatican is in Europe. Yeah. No! Kitten! Amadeus' program was stopped. Okay, but there's something I want you to tell me. Can you ask your dad? You okay with asking me? Ask Mayuri. Ask Mayuri. Ask Mayuri. I want a man's opinion. Ask Mayuri. Fuck. I see, so you're coming to me. Yes. What kind of things do men like? Are you trying to become more of a man, sweetheart? Just be yourself. Be. What kind of things do men like? They like Ferris Nyan Nyan. This girl. Oh, I see. Alright, thanks, bye. Ferris Nyan Nyan, what are you doing tonight? What do you mean? Huh? What kind of gift would a man like? The ones that Ferris Nyan Nyan gives you. Oh, I see. Okay, my answer to that is that it depends on the person, I guess. I see. Who are you giving it to? My father? I've never been a father, except to Suzuha. So I can't imagine what kind of things they'd want as a present from their daughter. Wow! Actually said daughter. Look, it's just shopping for Christmas gifts in the discounts. Yes! Lol, I knew it. What did you know? That Luka-chan was shopping gifts for her father? A pasta necklace. What? This is so stupid. Kabe? What do you mean, daughter? Oh, that is... Saw you as a woman for a moment. The correct way. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be an asshole. I mean, son. No, I mean, Mayuri. Huh? I was thinking about what Mayuri might do. Sorry, I got you and Mayuri mixed. What? Infinity Simplex, hello! They like action and guns and fast cars and testosterone. Like, sip on it. According to her, I presume. Yeah, it was just a guess. You got Luka-chan and Mayuri mixed up. What? I know, a good gift from a son for his father is, you know, be strong. That is the best present a son can give to his father. Oh, Okabe. I understand. I'll do twice as many practice swings with Samidara. Oh yeah, go ahead, whatever. What was this about? So, it's Luka-chan's father's birthday? We can go back and see what came from the man calendar. Yeah, tools and electronics and perfume. I mean, mainly perfume. Isn't it called aftershave? I mean, also, of course, there's eau de toilette pour homme. They are literally rather not as imaginative as women's perfumes. It just says pour homme. Take it. Slap it on your face. I'm gonna call this perfume Gut Punch. Hi, Elfin Chat. I hope you're all well. How much Steins Gate content is there to go through? Even Steins Gate 0 seems to go on. Just go on forever. Yes! Oh, we're shaving! Yeah, we're shaving with aftershave. Perfume? No, deodorant that smells like sweat, so no one can tell. If the bottle has abs, it's probably manly. Yes! Ilf skipped most of Steins Gate. Yeah! No one needs that much Steins Gate in their lives. My god, I'm actually very impressed with this game. The first game took 90 hours to get through, and it was not boring. And this game is also very long, and it's not boring. So wow, just wow. But yeah, if you want to watch everything from the beginning, both playlists from the very, very beginning, here's a link. Go nuts! Do you have enough to do in the next month? You can have this one as a background. Cringe warning, yeah, cringe warning. Lots of cringe. In this game, Okabe is not really responsible for the cringe, but Daru is suddenly responsible for 90% of all the cringe that happens here. But it's actually a good game. It's still a good game. What can I say? I'm suffering, but it's well made. And with a few cringe scenes. She only did the true ending and skipped everything else. Yes! That's exactly what happened. Bakari. Trigger warning. And apart from the games, there's also a lot of other content. The games do not touch gamma and delta attractor fields. Yeah, there's apparently also other games. That are... They don't have that much to do with Steins Gate, but they're in the same universe, as far as I understand. Yeah, but Daru at least admits to being cringe. Yeah, that's true. I feel like I need a separate brain that does nothing else but to just watch the players. Yes, my current brain can't get enough stuff done already. I understand. Absolutely understandable. Emperor of Japan, Okarin! Just time travel back to the beginning after watching. Easy. Easy. So there is no Amadeus program in this word line. I mean, there was one, but they stopped it. I'm suffering, but it's very well. Yes. Did have this something? Did that have something to do with the word line change too? Hmm. Wait. So how did I meet Maho? What originally met at the Amadeus seminar? If that never happened,
どうしたの?
what's wrong?
いや、その思い出してたんだ。
Oh, I was
君と出会
just
った時のこと。
remembering how we met.
ああ、
Oh,
あの時のこと。ああいう偶然ってあるのね。
oh yeah, that was quite the coincidence, wasn't it? I asked a few more questions, taking care not to arouse her suspicions, and managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Kurisu had died. When she finally went to the radio building, she'd run into me and into my knife. Then I had gone back in time to save her. And that's how we met. Fun story. The trick is watching all paths at the same time. Gives you the real Steins Gate feeling too. No, I don't want all paths. I'm worried about this path we're on. Yeah, by the way, you all have points. You don't need to put yourself through it. It's just the playlist is there, you know? It's gonna disappear from Twitch, but it's gonna stay on YouTube. Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
オカルト的な考え方って大っ嫌いだけど、でもあなたと出会えたのはクリスが繋いでくれた縁なのかもしれないわね。
Oh, fuck. I hate to say this because it sounds so unscientific, but I'd like to think that it was karma and that Kurisu brought the two of us together. Karma, or perhaps another example of attractor field convergence. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that? Yeah, it was the D-mail. What did the D-mail say? The D-mail said, "Where are the shaman girls, Lintahlo?"
そうそう。マユリさんたちによろしく伝えておいてくれるかしら。昨日は楽しかったって。
Right. Tell Mayuri and the others I said hi, and that last night was a lot of fun, with a lot of shooting. Sure. Evidently she'd gone to last night's party in this world line too.
おかげで日本でのいい思い出ができたわ。
It's given me some good memories of Japan.
思い出って
Good
帰るの
memories.
か？
You're leaving?
すぐにじゃないけどね。言ったでしょ？私今クリスがやっていた研究を引き継いでるの。
Not immediately. Remember what I said? I'm taking over Kurisu's research.
いつまでも日本でバカンス気分を堪能してるわけにもいかないのよ。
I can't stay on vacation in Japan forever.
そうか。
I see. But still, she was... Damn it. She was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hoped nothing would happen during that time. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Kurisu's voice. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Kurisu's warmth in my chest. Her smell. All the feelings I tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy in that word line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she had said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I could erase the sense of loss I felt. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. I don't know what these gamma and delta attractor fields are. Sounds like separate games. No, but I don't think I'll ever be able to look at it. So much content. Yeah, so just imagine the universe is like a yarn of a thread yarn. But the yarn is like made of different threads, and each of the threads is a word line. And where the threads intersect, there are attractor fields. So if you are in the alpha word line right now, and you get into one of those attractor fields, you can change word lines if you have a time machine. I mean, like if you change conditions of the world. And then get into the beta word line, and maybe even gamma and delta. So yeah, that's the model we were working with. The yarn of the universe. It's like a large pizza with lots of toppings called attractor fields. Yes, exactly. We made that on stream. It was karma that Kurisu died after teasing me. I mean, to bring us together. Yeah. The twisted and knotted rope of time, yes. Trumpets, yes, trumpets. They are from another game, but they are also pizza toppings. The cause of the attack in the last word line was Gagai. And there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the world line change that took place afterward. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked. And the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant that two major factors in the events that had occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no need to worry too much. But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kagari's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to those two questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Rhine application. To do what? Oh, and we're switching to Kagari. Oh my god, finally! It's time for me! Breakfast acquired! Enjoy breakfast! Wait, did you actually make STEINS themed pizza on the stream? It became STEINS themed afterwards. I wanted to do a pizza challenge where chat chooses toppings and I eat them. And so I had like... How many toppings did we have? Like 15 toppings? And then during the pizza challenge, it was a Steins Gate stream where we did the pizza challenge. And during eating, I realized there were too many toppings on the pizza. And we called it the Yarn of the Universe, after the universe model that this game uses. Wasn't there like 12 toppings? Yeah, 12 or 15. It was a lot, yes. Chat chooses pizza toppings and Elf eats chat. Yes. That's how it went. Kagari Shina felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10 and then gotten separated from Suzuha. She left Suzuha on her own. She did not get separated. Her memories afterward were a total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was the ceiling of an old temple with stains here and there that looked like faces. Whoa! She remembered being a little scared. Where are the faces? I don't see the faces. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabayashi Shrine. Oh, we are in the Yanabayashi Shrine. Oh, cute!
Kagari-san, お茶飲みますか?
Kagari, would you like some tea? Oh my god.
ありがとう、ルカ君。
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Thanks, Luka-chan. Living the life.
じゃあ、入れますね。
Okay, I'll put some on. Then that was when she'd met Luka Uroshibara. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew her. Luka Uroshibara was a good friend of her adopted mother, Mayuri Shina. She had played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was younger, she'd always thought she was a woman. Which was correct. To Kagari's young eyes, she'd been a strong, grown-up woman. Really buff. Luka in the future is really buff. He says, Luka-kun. Yeah, but Luka wants to be a girl, so we're calling her Luka-chan. Sounds like a great fun stream. Who could have known things get out of hand if we let chat decide what streamer eats? I mean, chat chose not too many toppings, but I made it worse. Like I put them all together and added some more stuff on top. At the time, she'd always wondered why Suzuha had called her big brother Luca Nissan.
はい、どうぞ。
Here you are.
ありがとう。
Thank you. But the Luca in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. She looked like a very pretty girl. And not nearly as strong. Really? Oh my god. So she'd only realized that she was the Luca Oroshibara she knew after meeting her mother.
この紅茶、なんだか変わった味がする。
This tea tastes a little different. This is not bubble tea.
ローズマリーティー。集中力や記憶力が上がるって聞いて、フェイリスさんに分けてもらったんです。
It's rosemary tea. It's supposed to help you concentrate and improve your memory. I had fairies give me some. Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Just the thought made her very happy. Luca, Mama Mayuri, and the rest of Fukaba's friends were all trying to help her get memories back. It would probably make most people nervous not having their memories. It would be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kagari didn't think she needed to remember. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety. Flashbangs.
もしかして美味しくなかったですか？
Was it not very good? No, I think it's working and I don't want it to work, you know. It's better off not remembering. I forgot Luca was AMABE, to be honest. Yeah, Kühn is not a good idea in that context. Just college-age girls are often termed Kühn. To avoid belittling them. Doesn't Dr. Leskinen call Maho Kühn? That's because this is poison. Luca-chan wishes to be a girl and we respect that. I mean, we don't know it 100%, but we saw Luca-chan being a boy and wishing to be a girl. Like, he said, I want to be a girl. And we used the time machine to turn her into a girl. And when Luca-chan was actually Luca-chan, like biologically, she didn't want to change back. So that was a sign that Luca actually wants to be a girl. So yeah, we're sticking with it because, you know, Luca-chan doesn't have to change her gender to be a girl. She can be a girl anyway. Luca saw that she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and she seemed worried.
そんなことない。美味しいよ。
I know, it's not true, it's good. You know, it could use some bubbles.
ただ、ちょっと考え事をしてただけ。
I was just thinking.
考え事？ そう。でも、大したことないんだ。
Yep, but it's nothing. She took a sip of the tea, hoping to change the subject.
それにしても、ルカ君って本当に男の子？
Anyway, Lukai, are you really a boy? Let's talk about it, girlfriend. Everyone else said she was. But still, it just didn't seem right to her. See?
そうですけど。
I am, yeah.
やっぱりどう見ても女の子にしか見えないよね。
You really look more like a girl, though. But have we checked if she's a girl in this timeline? No. No, we're not checking. We're not checking for the banana. Yeah, Uniprofs too, that's particularly. Some have been sued because of treating female students very well, not great. And Terming Chan was part of that. Terming Chan? Fetch making links. Oh! Wow. Wow, MC, really? Oh no, Kagari's going to go pull an Okari. Unlikely, but I think she's got the right idea. Luka-chan looks like a girl to her, so she's like, what is going on there?
そんなこと言われても。
I don't know what to say to that.
そうだ。ねえ、明日一緒にお風呂入ってみる？
I know. Hey, why don't we take a bath tomorrow? Oh my god, you really come after Mayuri. That is the first things she suggests. Like, I say, let's have some tea. And Mayuri says, hey, let's have a bath. You are really screwed up. Both of you. She's definitely Mayuri's daughter. Addressing the female students with Chan, I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound right. Just say San. If someone is an adult, just say San, not Chan. What?
そうすれば、ルカ君が本当に男の子なのかどうかわかるでしょ?
And then I will know if you're really a boy or not. Right? No.
ダメですよ、そんなの。
No, we can't.
どうして？
Why not?
だってそんなの。だって女の人と一緒にお風呂なんてそんな。
Because I can't take a bath with a girl.
お姉さんとは一緒に入ってなかったの？
Didn't you take baths with your sister? I cannot say if the Valley Girl voice makes the scene better or worse. The mandatory gender check moment incoming. Was Mayuri similarly understanding? I don't know what goes on between Mayuri and Luka-chan. I cannot say. I don't dare to ask. No, please stop posting kitten emotes. They make me very uncomfy. But thanks for the huge emote. Luka and Kagari's baby is gonna be Mayuri's grandchild. Such a complicated family tree. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure whose child is whose. More No. No. Bits goal met. Oh god. The kitten emote met the bits goal. Thank you for your support. Happy celebrating. Mayoshi and Luka are dating and going to have 10 kittens. Maybe not in this timeline, but there has to be somewhere when they're 35. Kittens everywhere. I was too slow. No. Thanks for the big emotes, everyone. Oh, Mayuri is Kagari's mother. Adopted mother. Is Kagari then similarly socially intelligent as Mayuri? Probably.
入ってましたけど、
Yeah.
それは小さい頃の話で。
But that's when I was little. How does a Billy girl laugh? Do they even laugh? Or is it considered something they don't do?
かがりさん？
Kagari.
ごめんごめん、冗談だよ冗談。ルカ君が可愛いからついからかっちゃった。
Sorry, it was a joke. My god. You're so cute. I felt like I had to tease you.
そんな。
Oh.
でもそういう反応を見せるってことはやっぱり男の子なんだね。
But if you responded that way, it means you really are a boy.
最初からそうだって言ってるじゃないですか。
That's what I've been saying. Even when she was upset, she was still looked like a girl, she thought. Why don't you just treat her like a girl?
こちらのお店では数十種類にも及ぶ食べ物が全部食べ放題なんです。
What the fuck is this? As you can see, there are dozens of different dishes available and they're all you can eat. What? The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food. Nice.
すごいな。
Wow. The sight of it almost moved her to tears.
今の時代ってすごいよね。私の知ってる未来とは大違い。
This time is so wonderful. It's so different than the world I know.
そうなんですか？未来の世界ってどんな感じなんです？
What is the future like? You don't want to know.
知りたい？
And do you want it now? Oh. Look, I looked a little uncertain. And even though she'd asked, Kagari wasn't certain she should tell her. The future she knew was filled with despair. I'm pretty sure valley girls are legally obligated to never laugh. Yeah. Josie, look at John Numbu! What? Where did that come from? Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive?
やっぱりやめておきます。
I don't think I do. Kagari sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ。だって未来は変えられるものだから。
You're better off that way. The future can be changed.
未来は変えられる？
Future can be changed?
うん。ママがね、そう言ってた。きっと変えられる。変えてくれるって。
Oh yeah. Now she's gonna tell Luka-chan about the time machine and how Okarin should change it. And then Luka-chan is gonna be on his ass. She's gonna steam up with Suzuha and kick his ass into the time machine. Yeah, that's what Mama said. She said it could be changed. She said he'd change it. He, you know.
変えてくれる。
He would change it. Oh, look at the sinister smile. That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. It was her tiny light of hope. But then...
ね。
But you were the
なん
one
だっけ
who...
な。シュタインなんとかって。
Oh, yeah, tell Luka-chan about Steins Gate. The master detective will find Steins Gate. What was it? Steins what? Something. I don't remember those things.
シュタインズゲートですか？
Steins Gate. So it was not just crazy talk?
そう、それは必ずあるってママは言ってた。
Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, you got it. Mommy said she knew it was real.
って言いながら、それが何なのか私もよくわからないんだけど。
I don't really know what it is. Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. It meant flashbang. Oh god. Chet. What about evil cackles though? Yeah, probably. How do you evil cackle as a valley girl? Luka-chan, you become a badass Miko, samurai, demon, slayer, anime probably. Luka was standing in front of the TV, so Kagari used it as an excuse to call Luka delicious. Great, now Elf has to make him her forget. No. Oh god, are we gonna get Luka-chan backstory? I'm not ready for that. But each time Amiri said that Kagari had felt warmth in her heart, someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope. But you were the one who ran away from when Suzuha was trying to work to get to Steins Gate.
さて、それでは次の特集です。
And now for our next report.
今、世界で記憶の再生技術に関する研究が進められているのはご存知でしょうか？
Did you know that memory restoration technology is being studied around the globe? How relevant, right?
今日はその最先端を走るあるアメリカの大学の特集です。
Today we have a special report of an American university that is at the cutting edge of this research. The news show had finished off its food report and had already switched to another topic. Now it was showing a college campus covered in greenery. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. How do you know this is not Japanese? Oh my god, an American college. I feel like I belong there. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy. Legally blonde, bitches. No ATM, that's how you know it's not Japanese. Lies! I mean, the ATM machines in Japan are in the konbinis. Luca shows up with grocery bags full of vegetables to the time machine. Let's try to turn Ocarina into a girl. I mean, vending machines. Oh, but... Oh yeah, there are no vending machines.
こちらはビクトル・コンドリア大学。一見普通のキャンパスに見えるこの大学。
Also, wait, she felt dizzy being here. The theory that Kagari might be Kurisu in a clone body. But then why does she have Kagari's memories? I mean, maybe because... I don't know, maybe I should keep playing. This is Victor Chandriya University. It may seem just like just another college campus.
しかし、
But
この学内では今ある大きなプロジェクトが進められています。
there's a major project going on here right now. The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kagari, who had only her memories as a child, could understand. Are you saying I'm stupid, game? But
チャンネル変えましょうか。
should I change the channel?
待って。
Oh, wait! Kagari stopped her before she could get to the remote.
かがりさん、わかるんですか？
Do you understand all of this?
脳の構造、記憶を捏造することはできるかっていう話。
Yeah, they're talking about how the brain works and whether you could make false memories like gaslighting.
へえ、すごいですね。
Wow.
僕には難しくて、何が何だか。
Gaslighting, you say? That is amazing. It was too complicated for me. Lies. She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. This is our excuse to not get called out by scientists for having nonsensical pseudoscience. Yeah. Why? How? How could she understand this?
そう？そんなに難しい話じゃないよ。
Yeah, it's not that complicated. Gaslighting, you know, it happens every day.
記憶は脳の中の海馬っていうところが司ってるんだけど、その中に視上界って呼ばれるところがあるのね。
Memories are controlled by a part of the brain called the hippo, and there's a special part of the hippo called the fascia dentata. Fuck. What tips? Gyrus dentatus. Granule-shaped cells found near the hippo. Anatomy treats them as distinct from the hippo, but the field of neurology often uses the term hippo to refer to both of them. Oh, so the hippocampal gyrus is not. This is the thing in the brain. And it has gyrus dentatus cells. But anatomy, the field of neurology says hippo for both. Recent research has revealed that neurogenesis occurring in the gyrus dentatus plays an important role in forgetting things. Interesting. Hippo, yes. The gyrating hippo is different from the regular hippo. Yeah. Why is noise not here? This part could use some twerking. The gyrating hippo must be a dwarf hippo baby. Yeah. Why is it called dentatus? Like, does it have teeth? It cannot have teeth, right? The hippo teeth. And so the hippo is where the memories are stored, and the teeth of the hippo, they make you forget, right? Cells of granules can have little knobs on them. Oh, so imagine a little hippo in your brain, and the tooth on it is the little knob. I presume these are more islands of tissue. The gyrating hippo must be a dwarf hippo baby. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to put everything together. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway.
そこで行われる神経細胞の生産が既存の神経回路の再編を引き起こすの。それによって記憶の忘却が誘発されるんだ。
When new nerve cells are constructed there, they cause existing neurological pathways to reorganize. That's what makes you forget things.
で、この研究チームがマウス実験をしてみたら、記憶の捏造が見られたっていう話。
And so, when the study team did experiments on mice, they saw false memories created.
あ、ほら、あの奥の部屋、あそこでマウス実験なんかをしてるの。
Oh, look, that room in the back. That's where they do the mice experiments and stuff.
あの、
How do you fucking know?
かがりさん、もしかしてこの大学知ってるんですか？
Kagari, are you familiar with this university? Huh? She suddenly realized that Luka-chan was looking confused.
だってなんだか詳しそうな口ぶりでしたし。
I mean, you seem to know a lot about it. The TV was showing something that looked like a lab, like a proper lab. The camera went toward the back of the room. A white door was opened that led to the next room.
この部屋で行われたマウスを使った実験。それによって研究チームは
Seeing the results of their experiments on mice performed here, the research team.
ううん、知らない。
No, I don't. You. Kagaru is so Kurisu. This was Kurisu talking. Shit. I don't know what to say about that. But how... So...
でも今。
But just now... That's right, she wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But...
わからない。知らない。けど。
I don't know. I don't know, but
なんでだろう。さっきは知ってるような気がしたの。
for some reason it suddenly feels like I do. There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. Shit! And like the beginning of something terrifying, she suddenly felt very nervous.
いいか、おめえの頼みを聞いてやるわけじゃねえ。それだけは忘れるんじゃねえぞ。
The dentate gyrus has tooth-like projections from which is it named? Wow. Crazy. Think about it. Kagari has memories of childhood and from 2 weeks ago. Yet suddenly she knows everything about how the memory works in the brain. But how is she built? Like, she has memories of childhood. Of... living in the war, in the future. Which Kurisu shouldn't have. And now she knows everything about how the memory works in the brain. Are you saying Kurisu did not exist? But... Oh, you mean... No, wait. So, let's say Kagari came from the future. She woke up in the mountain. And then Dr. Leskinen found her and put Kurisu's brain in her? Are you... Is that what you're saying? Or did it happen before she woke up in the mountain? How many brains does she have in there? Yeah! Aha! So they do brain-altering surgery during boob jobs. That explains so many things. My assumption is Kurisu's memories were implanted into her. But when? Was it in the future, where she was in the lab? Or was it after she got separated, or after she left Kurisu? Suzuha, my god. Many tissue structures have little projections. It's not uncommon. I'm just thinking of ones I wouldn't want to mention in a PG-13 story. Yeah, better not. Yeah, pretty much. They used to put Kurisu's mind in Kagari's body. I think it happens before she has her current memories. Would have been recently. But then why does Kurisu look like... Kagari, why does she look like Kurisu? I think that overwrote large parts of her memories with Kurisu's around the time of Kurisu's death. Probably in the time gap she has no memories of. But why does she look like Kurisu? Why they look similar will probably always be a mystery. Good question. Possibly in the future they make a Kurisu clone? Maybe she escapes in the future or something. This is nuts. Listen, I'm not doing it because you asked me to. Just don't forget that.
感謝します。
Thank you. This morning I'd gone to Tenouchi and asked him to protect Kairi if something happened. It meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. I had to tell him that Kagari was caught up in something big too. But since this was the second time I had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. It was only relative to the first time, though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again.
おい、岡部。
So,
おめえら一体何に関わってやがる？
Wakabe, what the hell are you people involved in?
それは
I stopped myself.
話せねえってか。頼み事するだけして随分と虫のいい話だな。
You can say, huh? You'll ask me for a favor, but you won't say anything. Ads! Fuck. In the chat. I feel like missing parts of the story is really not helpful in understanding even the tiniest event in STEINS game. Probably, but just enjoy the ride. Eyes are different, so if she's a clone, she's not a perfect clone. Why does it say brown on his apron? Is that their business? Yes. The Brown Tube Workshop. He sells these, or he actually just collects them. No one is here to buy anything. But he likes like old TVs and tube monitors. Like they make a clone, they lose it, and it gets adopted by Mayuri. Then it travels to the past, gets lost, and somehow they get a hold of it, and it's the perfect patient to implant the Kurisu memories into. But not missing any story still leads to not understanding what's going on. Yeah. I mean, even if you watch everything, it doesn't mean you will understand what's gonna happen. She got adopted from presumably Leskinen's institution. Yeah, exactly. In the future. So it's a common effect. Okay, thanks for explaining. So it's maybe an accident that she gets into Mayuri's family? Or they intentionally place her there? Does this, do we even get to know what exactly happens? Probably intentional placement. Anyway, we have some minutes to think about it, and then we will continue, because the ad started right now. Enjoy the ad break. Alright, we're back. I have no idea if the game will tell us. But how could they know in the future that they have to place Kagari in Mayuri's family so they can get her to travel to the past, and so their past selves can implant Kurisu's memory into her? This is such circular logic bullshit. Totally! I agree with you on that. Like I'm busy enough trying to understand what they did, not why they did it, or if it makes any sense. You know, things need to have happened so they know how they need to make them happen. Yeah, what? Like it's internally consistent if you take the timeline as a whole, but only provided you entirely abandon causality. I think what they're trying to do is how can we write a game so that Ocarina suffers, like infinitely. Like, what is the worst scenario for Ocarina? Losing Kurisu and not being able to tell his friends what's going on? And how can make him into the ultimate emo boy? I mean, not entirely, but it's an emerging loop that has no external cause. Yeah. They knew that Okabe had some power over timelines. They probably knew Daru was working on a time machine, and they knew that Mayuri knew Daru. But still, it's an event that is its own cause. This is a mess. You're not wrong, though. So they took the gamble that would send the kids back. And remember, Alessa and I are totally in speculation mode. We could be entirely off base. Yeah, no one knows what happens. Protect Kagari, he says. Then Oji said, yes, but you won't tell me why?
すみません。
I'm sorry.
だがそれでいい。
It's good though.
え？
What?
情報ってのは最後の切り札だ。そこでペラペラ喋っちまうようなら俺は降りてたぜ。
Information is your final trump card. If you had just come out and told me, I would have called this whole thing off. What whole thing? You didn't do anything.
ま、せいぜい気をつけろんだな。
Just be careful. I mean, it makes so much sense, though. How could it be anything else? Oh, you'd be surprised what this game comes up with. Sense? You think this is about making sense? I don't know, it seems the most logical outcome to me, and Occam's razor and all that. I wouldn't put it past the game to make something entirely different. But yeah, I mean, there's some memory recorded that is being implanted into Kagari. Or, yeah, also, how is Yuki involved? Is Yuki, or is Yuki also Kagari? Are there two Kagaris? Is Yuki in Europe right now? Or is this Yuki right now in Japan? And why is Ocarina not interrogating Yuki? But it is Steins Gate. There, I guess. Are you Yuki? Yuki Reigns. Just be careful. Just be
あり
careful.
がとうございます。
Thank you, sir. Also, I forgot the shoutouts. Come on. Did I forget anyone? Thanks for shout out. You're welcome. Thanks for the shout out. You're welcome. Pulse is not here. Idris is not here. Alright. If anyone else wants a shout out, just tell me. You just have to become a chat meme.
わかったから。そうやってかしこまんな。どうにもやりにくくてしょうがねえ。
I get it. Don't be so polite. It makes it so damn hard to deal with you. I bow to him once more anyway and left the brown workshop. Only on Tuesdays. All other days I am Knorr, sons of Khmer. You're a Klingon. Klingon Yuki. Nice. I had managed to get Tenoji's help. And this morning I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Moeka Kiryu. It was a lot easier than Tennoji. I checked with Taro last night and found that, just like in the old word line, we'd hired her to find out more about Kagari. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kagari had been doing before she'd come to this town. Did you ask her if she's around her? Now I'd done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray that nothing did. Fuck. Can you... Look at Chan. I'm very happy to see you, but I don't want you involved in this. You're playing Ragnarok or something? Yuki's editing his friend's wedding pictures. Yuki is probably in Europe. Nah, it's an old Italian joke. Oh, there it is. Yuki is probably in Europe. I would assume eating pizza and facepalming over clients. Yeah. Not denying the pizza part. I got back to the lab where Luka-chan was waiting. For what? She had a very serious look on her face and she said she needed to talk to me. Shit.
実はかがりさんの記憶のことで気になることがあって。
Detective, wait, this is the Detective Luka timeline. Something bothering me about Kagari's memories.
かがりの
Kagari's memories?
とは言ってもこれが記憶を取り戻すことにつながるかどうかはわからないんですけど。
Yeah, but I don't know if it will help bring them back.
構わない。気になることがあるなら
That's
話し
fine.
てくれ。
If something's bothering me, you just tell me.
はい。
Okay. Luka started to fidget and rub her knees together. Then she looked up at me and slowly opened her mouth.
ゆうべテレビで記憶の研究についての特集をやっていて、アメリカの大学で行われているものだったんですけど。
Last night, they were doing a special on memory research on TV. It was about an American university.
それを見ていたかがりさんがまるでその学校を知っているような口ぶりだったんです。
When Kagari saw it, she acted like she recognized the school.
アメリカの大学？どこの大学だ？
An American college? Which one?
なんだか難しい名前の学校で、確かビクトル・コントル？
It really had a complicated name. I think it was Victor Condor?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か？
Victor Chondria University.
あ、そうです。
Yes.
その学校です。
That's right. That's the place. Victor Chondria University. That was where Kurisu had studied. Kagari knew Victor Chondria? If that was true, then how? The most obvious possibility there was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school, and one of the best at that, before me? Of course, it wasn't impossible, but...
どうでしょう。何か手がかりになりそうでしょうか。
What do you think? Is this a clue? You're asking me? You're the smart one here. You are the detective. You found Kagari. You found the IBN 5100. Dude. You are totally OP.
さすがにそれだけじゃ何とも言えないが。
I can't say anything, it was based off on that, but...
そうですか。
See, yeah. Luka-chan's shoulders slumped in disappointment. You don't understand. You simply do not understand.
でも手がかりにならないというわけじゃない。
But that doesn't mean it's not a clue. Of course it's a clue, you idiot. It is one of the most important clues we've got. Detective Luka is on the case. Yes. Might be in orbit. Happened once for external cause and then got stuck in a loop. but that would require things actually having some external time frame to happen again, or change once they happened, and it makes things so much more weird. Yeah, it does not make sense right now, but I'm hoping the game will clarify some things.
それじゃあ。
ああ、
What? Then
確かめてみる必要はあるな。
yeah, it is worth checking out.
改まってお話って何かな？
What did you want to talk to me about? The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. I mean, timelines having external time. Yeah, in a way. That is why you don't time travel. Well, too late. Kagare was just about to start work and she was put off by the fact that I'd suddenly asked to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれるか？もう一人呼んであるんだ。
Can you wait just a second? I've asked another person to join us.
もう一人？
Another person? I didn't know a lot about Victor Chandria myself. I could ask Kagari what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell her if her information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Maho! Someone who should be here any minute.
お邪魔します。
Excuse me? The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was to this day a part of their brain science lab.
あ、真帆さん、こんにちは。
Ah, Maha, a real American girl. Hello. I can learn so much from you.
はい、元気？
Hi, how have you been? Maho still didn't know that Kagari was from the future. I'd have to keep her from finding out.
それにしても、本当にクリスに似てるわよね。
You know, she really does look like Krisu. Maho stared at Kagari, then whispered so that only I could hear. Wow, rude. Wow, she looks really like Kurisu. I hope she didn't hear that. I did. I did. Time is a one-way road. Things go bad when you go the wrong way. Or you do, cause you want chaos. Maho got on a stepladder from the synchronization. Yes. She's actually jumping at the frequency of the camera. Boing, boing, boing. It made sense. I'd been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I'd brought her here.
じゃあ何？つまり彼女がうちの学校にいたかもしれないっていうの？
So what? You think she might have gone to my school?
ちょっと待って、そんなこと言われても私、そのなんとかトルコドリア大学なんて知らないよ。
Wait a second. I don't know anything about this. We're Victor Chandra. What's its place?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学。
Victor Chandra University.
ほらね、名前だってちゃんと覚えてないんだもん。
See? I didn't even remember the name. Like, I don't care.
でも昨日は知っている様子だったんだろルカ子。
But yesterday you acted like you recognize it. Right, Luka-chan? Shine the flashlight on her. Where were you between?
はい、奥にある部屋でネズミさんを使った実験を行っているって。
Yeah, snitching. Luka-chan is snitching. Yeah, you said they did mice experiments in the back room.
そしたらその後本当にその部屋での実験の様子が映って。
And then after that, they actually showed the experiments in that room.
かがりはそのことは？
Do you remember that, Kagari?
ね、覚えてない。
I don't. Can I go now? Couldn't imagine Luka-chan would lie. Maho is secretly incredibly buff. Yeah, just like Luca in the future. Every day is leg day for Maho. Where were you between 1998 and 2015? 1998. Just about to ask whom of these were Luca now. Never mind. No. Luca is here. You can see her, but she's here. She's leading the investigation. At home, playing video games and avoiding leaving the house. I couldn't imagine Luka-chan would lie, or that there would be any point to her doing so. But the same was true for Kagari too.
漆原さん、その研究室どこだったかわかる？
Rushibara-san, do you remember where that lab was?
詳しくはわからないんですけど、脳とか記憶とかそんな研究をしているって言ってました。
I don't know the details, but they said they were doing research on memories and the brain.
ということは、もしかすると脳科学研究所かもしれないわね。
Which means it might have been the brain science lab. Brain science lab. That was where...
私が所属しているところよ。
That's where I work. And also where Kuriso worked too.
それじゃあ、もしかしたらカガリはヒアジョーさんやクリスと会っていたかもしれないということか。
Then Kagari may have met you and Kuriso?
あくまでも家庭の話よ。
It's just a possibility.
脳科学を研究しているところは一つじゃないし、
There's more than one place that researches brain science.
私のいるところだって陰性だけじゃなく一般の研究者もたくさん出入りしてるもの。
And it's not just grad students where I work. There are a lot of regular scientists too.
私だって研究所にいる人間全員と顔を合わせたわけじゃないわ。
Even I haven't met everyone at the lab.
ただ
But
同じ日本人となると見かければ記憶には残っているでしょうね。
if I saw another Japanese person there, I'm sure I'd remember that. Maybe not if she looks like Kuriso? Which meant she didn't remember it, which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカ子、
Luka-chan,
他
I
に
need your help.
カガリのことで気になったことはないか？
Was there anything else about Kagari that you've noticed?
かがりさん、時々びっくりするくらい難しいことを知っていたり。
Kagari sometimes knows about things that are really complicated. All of them probably. Sounds like a nice time. Well. Hello, Noise! Noise, you missed the gyrating hippo. Yeah, we had the gyrating hippo. Look at this. Gyrus dentatus. The hippocampal gyrus. And, has like little teeth on it that we call the gyrus dentatus. Plays an important role in forgetting things. That is some nice lore. Noise, you lost the hippo twerking moment. Yes. Guess I will have to make my own. Welcome, Noise. Happy Saturday to you.
私だって難しいことくらい知ってるもん。
Hey, I know some complicated things. Kagari pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Kuriso's. She was never a valley guard.
例えば
For example?
バラとか憂鬱とか。
What? Roses and depression? That is a weird combo. Those were just words that were complicated to write in Japanese. Oh, really? Bara is a word that is complicated to write in Japanese?
昨日はテレビで記憶の捏造について放送していたんですけど、それもなんだか詳しそうでした。
They were doing a special on fake memories last night, and you seemed like you knew a lot about it.
記憶の捏造ね。確かにその研究をしているチームもいるわ。私たちも一度話を聞かせてもらいに行ったもの。
Fake memories, huh? Yeah, one of the teams is working on that. We went to talk to them one time.
かがり、
Okay.
今その話はできるのか？
Can you talk about that now?
ね。それがよくわからないの。私、本当にそんなことを話してた？
I don't really know. Did I really talk about that stuff?
話してましたよ。
You did. Don't make me look like a liar. Even if I totally look like P. She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed.
今までにこういうことはよくあったのか？
Has this happened a lot before?
最近まではそれほど。この何日かで急に。
Not that much until recently. It suddenly started happening over the last few days. I didn't know how Kagari could know things about Victor Chandria, but it clearly had something to do with her missing memories, or new ones. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring back her memories. She's having the pain in her arm. Suddenly she started to moan in pain.
かがりさん、どうしたんですか？
Kagari-san, what is wrong?
ちょっと頭が
My head kind of
痛いんですか？
it hurts. Yeah. Luka-chan was looking at her face, worried.
ちょっぴり。
Yeah, just a bit.
少し横になるか？
Wanna lie down a little?
大丈夫。
I'm fine.
少し話をせかせすぎたかもしれないな。
Maybe this is all too sudden.
そうね。負担が大きかったのかもしれないわね。
That's right. We may have put too much stress on her. Maho was looking worried too.
本当に平気？
Are you really okay?
大丈夫です。ありがとう、先輩。
Oh no. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, senpai. Sweet. Oh no, Maho is gonna flip.
だったらいいのだけど。
I hope so. Conversation was so natural that Maho and I almost missed it. Don't worry, it's not about nibbling. What is it? Because she called us whomever were playing senpai. Yeah, you know, this girl looks like Kurisu. Who is Kurisu? Kurisu is Maho's girlfriend. I mean, they work together in the lab in Victor Chandran University. And Maho was the older student, so she was like tutoring or mentoring Kurisu. And Kurisu was the new student learning stuff from her, and she called Maho senpai. There were two Japanese girls in an American university. So there was no way that another person could have called her senpai. So yeah, this is very significant. And it confirms the theory that Kurisu memories have been planted in her hippo. Maho and I almost missed it.
おい、今。
Hey, did she just?
うん。
Yeah.
先輩って。
She called me senpai.
かがり、
Goody
君今確かに先輩って呼んだよな。ヒアジョさんのこと。
called Yajo senpai, right?
嘘。私、そんなこと。
No way, I didn't.
いいえ、間違いなく言ったわ。漆原さん、あなたも聞いていたわよね。
No, you definitely did. Shibara, you heard it too, right?
はい。
Yes. Senpai autocorrect. Yeah. Maho's a whole region. A region? A brain region? 100% Kagarisu. Oh no, are we playing Maho right now? No, we are playing Rintaro Okabe, aka Okarin, aka Hoyin Kiyama. Was his fantasy mad scientist name. But he's taking pills, so he's not the mad scientist right now. But he could be. Urushibara is Luca. Yeah, the full name is Luca Urushibara. Senpai, the Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kagaru hadn't met at Victor Chondria. Does that mean it was just a mistake? The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. Oh god, it is Moika. Maybe it's Suzuha. Suzu-san. Kagaru, you're late for work. Oh my god, I'm coming. I'm sorry. I was dealing with these nerds. It was so heavy. There was no need to wonder who it was. Oh, it's Taro. Hey.
お邪魔してます。
Hello.
おう、魔法タンも来てったん
Oh, you're here, Mahotan.
その呼び方はやめて。
Don't call me that.
足りるかなひふみ。
Do I have enough? 1, 2, 3. He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hands.
よかった。大丈夫みたい。
Did you bring snacks? Okay, I've got enough.
何が大丈夫なんだ？
Enough what?
ほら、この前駅前にできたアトルあるでしょあそこに美味しそうなプリン売っててさ、たまにはと思って買ってきたんだけど、人数分あるかなって。
You know how they opened the new atoll in front of the station? They were selling some good-looking pudding. I thought it might be a nice treat, so I brought enough for everybody. He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table.
ダル、後にしろ。
Do it late. Okay, I'm sure I will remember the names for at least 7 minutes. So, yeah, this is Daro, by the way. There's also Yuki. But maybe Yuki, it's not, Yuki's not Yuki. Maybe it's Yuki. What if it is Yuki? It's this guy. Pudding party now. Pudding party now. Daro is also Itaro, yes. Itaro Hashida. You know, another game would have translated these names into American counterparts, like they did with Phoenix Wright, which was not the worst idea. But imagine, like, calling Ocarine Bill and Mayuri Sarah. Daru, I've seen him last stream. Didn't remember his name though. Yeah, that's Daru. It's complicated. I had very few people are called by nicknames. Yes, Mayushi. I had two thoughts and they merged. And the American university could be in Japan. Yeah, exactly.
何みんな難しい顔して。僕がこんなん買ってくるの、そんな珍しい
Why'd you all look so upset? Is it that rare for me to buy something for everybody?
まあ確かにその通りだけど、ちょうどバイトで結構な臨時収入が入ったんだよね。
Well, I guess it is. But I got some extra work at my job, you see?
仕事ができる上に気配りと収入を持ち合わせている僕に惚れてもいいの。あれ
Not only am I talented, I'm also kind-hearted and I get paid. Feel free to fall in love, ladies. Huh? But he's a guy. He turned the bag over and started shaking it.
スプーンが一人分足りない。さては店員のお姉さん、入れ忘れたな。
I'm missing a spoon. I bet the staff there forgot to put one in.
使ってないスプーンなら確か流しのところに。
I think there's a clean spoon in the sink. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Fork reference incoming. Oh god, I'm not ready. And they could translate all the Tokyo locations in New York. And look as a cosplayer. Yeah. Hello. Welcome. Happy Saturday to you. Oh god. So apparently Kagari was brainwashed with Kurisu's memories. This is our theory. But it kind of makes sense right now because she knows stuff, like brain stuff, that only Kurisu could have known. And also she called Maho Senpai. Are they going to share a spoon? I think the fork reference is coming. There's no way to mention, it's important to mention a spoon right now because they're going to talk about the fork. Brain stuff, yeah, brain stuff. She knows how the she told us stuff about this thing, the gyrus dentatus. Did you know what that was? It's a hippo thing. Yeah, she was lecturing Luka-chan about that, and Luka-chan was like, "Huh? How do you know that?" And now we're interrogating Kagari, and she called Mahotan Senpai. They're gonna fork the timeline. She knows about gyrating hippos.
私マイスプーン持ってるから。
Oh, I've got my own spoon I always use. Oh yeah, and Valley Girl for Kagari. Redeem. What I want more than anything is my own fork. What I want more than anything is my own fork. Luka-chan stood up to get the spoon from the sink, then suddenly stopped. Another clue? Detective Luka-chan? He looked at Kagari with a confused expression.
かがりさん、マイスプーンなんて持ってましたっけ？
Kagari, do you own a spoon?
え？
Huh?
かがりさんが持ってたのってウーパのキーホルダーだけだったような。
I thought all you had with you was the Upa keychain, right?
あれ？
Huh?
そうだよね。おかしいな。なんで私持ってるなんて。
That's right, isn't it? That is strange. Why did I say I had one? Your own spoon. But do you have your own fork? Kagari, where did you hide the spoon? I'd heard someone say that before. Not many people carried their own spoons around like idiots. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Kurisu Makisu. Just a moment ago, she'd called Maho Senpai. Did Kagari know Kurisu after all?
なあ、ヒヤジョさん。向こうで
え
君のことを先輩と呼ぶ人間は何人いた？
Hey, Hiyajo, how many people called you Senpai in America?
一人だけよ。
Just one.
先輩とか後輩とか、そういう呼び方とか関係は日本独特のものだから。
It is a Japanese word and a Japanese concept after all. There are no Japanese people in the US except for me and Kurisu. There was no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩と呼んでたのは
The only one who called me senpai
クリスだけ。
was Kurisu.
クリス。
Kurisu?
かがり、君はマキセ・クリスのことを知ってるのか？
Kagari, do you know a girl named Kurisu Makisa?
クリス。マキセ・クリス。
Kurisu? Kurisu Makisa? I'm so sorry. Did she know her? And was she imitating her? But why would she need to do that?
マキセ・クリス。
Kurisu Makisa. Kagari seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her.
無理はしなくていい。急いで思い出す必要は。
Don't force yourself. There's no need to remember immediately.
うん。この
Now,
ままにしとくのもなんだか気持ち悪い。
it feels creepy leaving it like this.
何か思い出せそうなんですか？
Do you feel like you can remember something?
わかんない。わかんないから、
Oh,
オカリンさん、何か話して。
I don't know. Try saying something, you stupid guy over there. Ocarine, or what is your name?
一体何が何なん？
What? What's going on here? Does no one want pudding? The fact that Kagari responded this strongly to Kurisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? Derp, derp. The question was this: what had Kagari been doing ever since she separated from Suzuka in 1998? If she never met Maho, how did she ever meet Kurisu? Maybe she became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her, including brain science and carrying around her own spoon. Then she'd gotten Kurisu's stories mixed up with her own memories? Or... I remember the machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha Word line and came up with a certain hypothesis. What, that Kagari can build a time machine instead of Kurisu? I quickly told myself that it was impossible. My eyes met Maho. She nodded.
かがり、じゃあ、
Okay.
いくつか質問させてくれ。
Okay, Kagari, let me ask you some questions, unlike what we did earlier. For now, I wanted to learn how much Kagari knew about Kurisu.
君の父親はどこにいる？
Where's your father?
パパは死んじゃった。子供の頃に。
Daddy died when I was a kid. No, wait, no, Daddy died when I was a kid. If her memories were mixed with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kagari's memories. She said she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she'd separated from Suzuka in 1998. Oh god, Jet. Of course I know her, she's me. If they manage to get through the whole story in 90 minutes, there will be no sport. What? You've played too much Factorio. I haven't for 3 years or so. You're sure that's a good game? Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to start over in 2.0 without Space Age, and not sure my hardware can manage to run Space Age. Kurisu had built a machine to scan memories. Not really to scan memories, to transport memories back in time. Like, compress memories with a black hole, and then send them to your earlier self. That was the time leap machine. So it's not a time machine like the one Suzuha has, but it's a time leap machine that just sends your memories to your brain. For what was the time span? I think The max time span you could use was 48 or 72 hours. It's not heavier in my experience, and I really enjoyed the different start. There is no spoon as an achievement in Factorio for playing it fast enough. Oh, interesting. I think it was 72 hours. Think about it. Have to have enough energy and endurance for it. There is no spoon. I'd have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ栗ご飯と言ったら何を思い浮かべる？
Then what does the word kurigohan mean to you?
栗ご飯何なの？
Kurigohan? What are you talking about?
答えてくれ。
Answer
係
me, please, Kagari.
栗ご飯
Kurigohan?
カメハメハ
She knows. She knows the handle that Kurisu used for its channel. Kamehameha? Everyone else seems confused, but I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Kurigohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on that channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kagari know something that only Kurisu should know? What is your laptop password, girl? I mean, Kagari doesn't even have a laptop. What is your laptop password? 2.0 is long, there's a lot of content. Brainwashing has never looked this cute. Kurisu made a really cute sketch of the hippo and the hippocampus and how the time leap machine worked. It was so cute. More sweat was pouring down Kagari's forehead. Luca offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kagari nodded and took it.
かがり、
Kagari,
タイムトラベルの主な理論がいくつあるか知っているか？
Kagari, can you tell me how many major theories of time travel there are?
お
Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11
Shuichi. 11. Duh. Kagari spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で11
11 in total.
あれ違ったかな
Oh, wait, is that right? I hadn't expected much when I'd asked the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I'd thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論を具体的に説明できるか？
We're gonna hear about the 11 theories. We only heard about 2 of them in the last game. Now we're gonna hear all of them. Can you tell me what these 11 theories are?
中性子星理論それからブラックホール理論に光速理論
Neutron star theory, and then black hole theory, light speed theory.
多気温理論ワームホール理論エキゾチック物質理論
Tachyon theory, wormhole theory, exotic matter theory. Kagari was counting with her fingers. Do we want to know about them? And speaking with very little hesitation.
宇宙ひも理論量子重力理論セシウムレーザー光理論
Cosmic string theory, quantum gravity theory, cesium laser theory.
素粒子リングレーザー理論最後にディラック反粒子理論
Elementary particle ring and laser theory, and lastly Dirac antiparticle theory.
全部合ってる
Those are all correct. Maho's voice was hoarse.
ねえ岡部さん私どうしてそんなこと知ってるんだろう
Tell me, Okabe, how do I know all of this? It looked like she was about to cry a little. Not really, no. She sounded very confident though.
もう一つ聞くが、
Can I ask you one more thing? What is the thing that you want most in the world? A fork, of course.
それらの理論を用いてタイムマシンは作れると思うか？
Could you use those theories to build a time machine?
できないと思う。
I don't think so. That is crazy talk.
ほう。
でもこの11の理論では作れないけど、今後の科学の発展次第ではできなくもないじゃないかな。
Oh, but even if you couldn't use these 11 theories, science might invent a new theory that works someday.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think so?
どうして？それはどうしてだろう。
Why? Well, that's because, I don't know.
じゃあ質問を変えよう。その考え方に行き着いたのは
You said the question
なぜだ？
before was the final question. Let me ask another question. How did you arrive at that conclusion?
わかんないけど、
I don't
た
know.
だなんとなく知ってたような。
Just somehow I knew. She knew, huh? Meant the knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? And before Maho is gonna jump up and say, "What is your laptop password?" She's gonna tell her. And Okama is gonna be like, "No!" Hippo! Dude, you've been asking 3 questions when you were going to ask 1. Yeah. Had she been to Victor Chondia at some time in the past and met Kurisu there, maybe they were close friends. They must be very good friends. And then we're gonna have to kill Mao. No biggie. So close that Kurisu would share her air channel nickname, which she never told anyone. And then perhaps she mistook what she'd heard from Kurisu for her own memories. That was the most obvious possibility. But that would go against what Kurisu had said. Kurisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing.
なあヒアジョさん、
え、
アマデウスは凍結されたと言っていたが、
Yajo-san, remember how you said Amadeus was put on hold?
アップロードされていたクリスの記憶データってま
Does
だ
the,
存在するのか？
does the uploaded memory data for Kurisu still exist?
ええ、多分破棄はされていないはずだけど。
Yeah, probably. I don't think it was erased.
それってどれだけの人間がアクセスできたんだ？
How many people could access that?
ごく限られた人間だけよ。どこ
Very
にも
few.
公表はしていなかったから。
We never really announced it anywhere.
私やレスキネン教授、他に助手が何人か、そしてクリス。
Myself, Dr. Leskinen, and a few of the other assassins, no, assistants. Then Kuris.
ちなみにその記憶データを人間の脳に移植することって
Another
可
question.
能だったりするよな。
Would it be possible to transfer that memory data to a human brain? Just asking out of curiosity. This has nothing to do with anything. Lintahlo so close, yet so very far. He got there. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
は？
Huh? In the other word line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar. And I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. Yeah, it was a time leap machine that Kurisu invented. It did not exist in this word line, but I had once lived in a word line where it was developed in this very room. I had used it far more times than I had ever wanted to. And because of that experience, I came up with an idea. A terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now.
一体何を。
What are you getting at?
マイスプーンを持ち歩いていたのはクリスなんだ。
Kurisu was the one who had her own personal spoon.
大学でヒヤジョーさんのことを先輩って呼んでいたのもクリスだけだ。
She was the only one who called you senpai at school.
栗ご飯とカメハメハはクリスがアットチャンネルで使っていた小手半だ。
Don't
知っているの
reverse
は
dox her.
本人以外だと俺くらいのはずだ。
Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's handle on Edge Channel. How dare you! She's gonna strangle him now. I'm the only one who knew about it besides her.
クリスならビクトル・コンドリア大学の研究室のことも知ってる。
Kurisu would know about the lab at Victor Chondria.
マウス実験のことも知ってる。
She would know about the mice experiments.
11のタイムマシン理論についても知ってる。
She would know about the 11 theories of time travel.
オカリンさん、
Karin,
どういうこと？
what you... Karin, what do you mean?
何が言いたいの？
What are you trying to say? This is...
俺の思いついた仮説だ。
This is my idea. But did you use it as much as I? Probably not. No. Now she's gonna get pissed off. Reverse doxing. Jimmy, hello. Thank you for dipping, hydrate, and stretch. Lurk and work. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Saturday to you. So, it's my idea. I am thinking, Jamoi. I looked around the room and at everyone, then back at Kagari.
カガリ、
Kagari.
もしかしたら君の頭の中にはマキセ・クリスの記憶が
It
移
is
植されているかもしれない。
It is possible that you may have Kurisu Makisa's memories inside you.
カガリの頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶が入ってる。
This was a time jump. It was my idea, as if Lester and I weren't discussing this an hour ago. Luca too, who doesn't even know who Kurisu is. Ah, my god. That took you a while. So now Kagari will have both the MC and Maho, and everything will be well. We'll have to kill both? We'll have to kill both the MC and Maho. No, not Maho. MC, she can kill him. Kagari was brainwashed, not in the future, but in the present. Yeah, it was Dr. Leskinen. He doesn't know yet that Dr. Leskinen is evil, right? Kagari has Kurisu Magi's memories? Suzua didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Yeah, everyone knows Okabe. Maho and I asked her some more questions after that. About Victor Chondria. About her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew, some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kagari out, and with Tenoji's permission, Luka-chan took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus's memory data into a human brain. Didn't she ask for the passport? Kagari was brainwashed in both the future and the present. Yeah, kind of during the war as well, to become a super soldier, and in the present to become Kurisu. Oh, the ultimate assassin. Ah, god damn it. The future was brainwashed in both Kagari and Goddess. Or time washed if it has no brain. Yeah, but has she been brainwashed in the future in this timeline? That we don't know. We have no idea. But if she hadn't been brainwashed to become a super soldier, then she would not have been able to overpower this girl. Suzu! Damn it! Suzuha. So she has to have been gotten super soldier training and then brainwashed to become the super nerd Kurisu. This is the same word line. Is it though? But in this timeline she has overpowered Suzuha. Yes, because she managed to leave Suha behind in the time machine, and she only did so because she jammed her elbow into Suzuha. And Suzuha was like, "Oh fuck, how are you this strong?" And else she wouldn't have left Kagari. Anyway, we have a couple of minutes to think this over. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I can show you the moment in the VOD. Just give me some time. Anyway, enjoy the outbreak, everyone. See you in a couple of minutes. Alright, we're back. I didn't realize that. Interesting. That means maybe the new brainwashing might have erased the old one. Maybe. Yeah, because she did not flip out when Mayuri was in danger. If she still was a super soldier, then during the attack on Mayuri, on the whole group, she would have acted like protecting Mayuri. But she didn't. Which would explain why she acts more childish. Probably. Oh my god, what a cute emote! Oh my god. Rin! This is so cute! Comfy! Thanks for the huge emote. Damn it, Twitch, I was reading all the comics I had missed. Oh no! Sorry. 1998 makes a pretty boy feel sloppy. Yeah, but there was not the attack on this timeline. Yeah, but in the other timeline, she was also a super soldier. Because she got separated from Suzuha. And, but it didn't trigger anything in her. Elves reacts positively to Rin emote. Of course, why not? Even if they are kittens. That thing is not a kitten. That is... Isn't it a bear? That thing... It is a bear, though. Of course I like Rin's emotes. Last one you meant Space Age is long, right? The top one is a doggo. Yeah, that could be a bear or a doggo or something else. Ferret? Is it a ferret? Wait, what? Oh my god. No. Alright, so Maho refused to say accept what I was saying. But she didn't ask for the password. And that night I explained the situation to Suzuha.
それってかがりが二重人格ってこと？
So you mean Kagero has two personalities?
いや、
No,
そうじゃ
that's
な
not
い。
it.
二重人格っていうのは、正確には乖離性同一性障害といって、誰かの中に別の人格ができることだ。
The proper word for multiple personalities is dissociative identity disorder. That is when additional personalities are created within the person themselves.
言うなれば、今の自分に対する不満や不安から、自らの中に別の人格を作ってしまうようなものだな。
It's like you are upset or uneasy about who you are, so you make another personality within yourself. I think there's a little more to that, like trauma and a special reaction of the brain. Once in a while there would be a case where someone would take the personality of the man or woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one. Like, single white family, we know that from Vampire the Masquerade.
でも、かがりの場合は違う。
But that's not what's going on in Kagari's case.
かがりの中にあるのは人格じゃない。文字通り、マキセ・クリスの記憶だけだ。
She doesn't have her personality. What she's got is quite literally only Kurisu's memories. And not all of them either.
クリスの記憶だけが彼女の頭の中に混在している。
It is possible that
考えられる。
Kurisu's memories are mixed in with her own. Kagari's memories weren't overwritten. They maybe might have been? She still had them. So they had mixed together.
なるほど。
なるほど。I see.
2036年の技術ではそれは決して不可能な話じゃない。
With 2036 technology, that's certainly possible.
じゃあ、2036年からのタイムトラベラーであるかがりなら、十分その可能性はあるということか。
Since Kagari is a time traveler from that year, it's a possibility.
でもさ、かがりたんは10歳より前の記憶はあるわけっしょ？
But she has her memories from when she was 10, right?
他人の記憶をぶち込まれるなんてことされたら、その時のこと覚えてるはずじゃね？
If they put someone else's memories into her head, she should remember that, right?
あの子は幼い頃、たまに神様の声が聞こえるって言っていたような気がする。
I think I remember her saying once in a while back then that she heard the voice of God. Yeah, that is in the timestamp I posted in chat. That's the exact scene.
幻聴か。それがクリスの記憶からにじみ出てきたものっていうのは考えられる。
Hallucination. It's possible that's a product of Kuriso's memories leaking out.
うん。
Yeah.
ただ未来はこの時代ほどのどかじゃなかった。物資も人も足りてなかったんだ。
But the future wasn't as peaceful as this era. There weren't enough people and there weren't enough supplies.
記憶を移植するなんていう技術は実用化されているとしても軍の機密扱いだよ。
Even if they did have memory transfer technology, it would have been a military secret.
一般人の、しかも子供に使ったとは思えないな。
I cannot imagine them using it on a civilian, especially on a kid. That's a waste of resources.
かがりは繊細孤児だった。PTSD を治療するためにそういう技術が使われたということは
Kagari was a war orphan. There's no chance it was used to cure her PTSD.
だからって他人の記憶を移植するのはさすがに変だ。
That wouldn't explain why they'd want to transfer someone else's memories into her.
だな。
That's right.
となると記憶のない時期1998年以降にその移植が行われた可能性が高くなってくるが
Which means it's more likely that it was done during the time when she had no memories between 1998
2036年なら可能でもさ、今の技術でできるもんなん？
Even if it's possible in 2036, is it possible right now? Yeah, but worse. Like, they didn't do a clean job, obviously.
クリスなら可能だろう
Kurisu could do it. She'd done it all by herself to make the time leap machine. After all.
マキセ・クリスがカガリに自分の記憶を移植したって？
So Kurisu Makisa transferred her own memories to Kagari?
彼女
You mean
は
she did
そんなマッドサイエンティストみたいなことをする人だったの？
Why would she do that? It's like something a mad scientist would do. She was an experiment-loving girl. What were you doing between 1998 and 2015, Kagari? Yeah. Okay, I was confused for a bit. Mad scientist. There was no way. It was impossible. It had to be. And there weren't many people as smart as Kurisu Makisa. Hey, there's still me, Dr. Leskinen. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would. But why would she? You mean it was not Dr. Leskinen? It was Makisa Kurisu? Transferring her own memories into Kagari? Who the fuck is Kagari even?
そうだよな突飛な発想すぎるよな俺だってそう思う
That's right, I'm getting ahead of myself. I agree. I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でもクリスしか知り得ないことをカガリが知っているのは間違いないんだ
But there's no doubt that Kagari knows things only Kurisu could know.
例えば幽霊になったマキセ氏の魂がカガリタンに乗り移った的なことだったりして
Maybe like Makisa's soul became a ghost and possessed her?
お前そんなオカルト話をヒアジョーさんの前ででも披露してみろ全力で論破されるぞ
Don't even think of saying that around Hiajo. She'll laugh in your face.
ですよね
You got that right. In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kagari but watch for a while to see how things went. was definitely Leskin, and Kurisu was probably dead at the time. But agreed. I imagine he wanted to use her to continue Kurisu's research. But maybe... I don't know. I really don't know. This... yes. But that didn't go so well, did it? Because Kagari is not in the state to become mad scientists with... and work with Dr. Leskinen in the lab. We were just students without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answer easily.
そういえばダル、ユキさんはどうしてる？
Come to think of it, Daru, what is Yuki up to? Now we're getting to the real question. What is Yuki? Who is Yuki? How is Yuki? Clearly not. She's an amnesiac in Japan that was found on a random mountain. Yeah.
天音市なら毎日バイト忙しいみたいだよ。
Well, she's busy with work every day, it looks like.
彼女は
What does
何
she
のバイトをしているんだった？
What does she do again? Oh, she's just a brain scientist.
ケーキ屋さんって聞いてる。
あ
美味しいから一度食べに来てって言われた。
It works at a cake bakery, I heard. She said it's really good and we should go check it out.
そうそう。でもちょっと遠いんだよね。
That's right, but it's a little far away, isn't it?
だからこそ言ったら喜ばれるんじゃないか。しっかりしてよ、父さん。
That's why she'd be happy if you went, right? Get a grip, Dad.
あはい、さあせん。
Oh, alright, my bad.
つうかオカリン、なんでいきなりそんなこと聞くん？
Wait, Ocarine, why are you asking anyway?
いや、ちょっと気になってな。
No reason, I was just curious. That girl in the motorcycle suit. Could that have been Yuki Amane? Wait. The girl in the motorcycle suit? How did you arrive to the conclusion that it was Yuki Amane? Because it happened in the other timeline. Should we be remembering this? Just asking, just checking. What do you think, chat? Why is Yuki? Yeah, but then the project got shut down and seems the memories didn't immediately overtake her like he expected. Maybe it takes time or conflicts her personality, so it locked all the memories that were conflicting. Yeah. Possibly he wanted to continue the project in secret, but just decided to get rid of the evidence since it failed. Probably, yeah. That seems plausible. Daimon I'm not sure if we should be remembering, because we saw Yuki in the motorcycle suit posing as Kagari. Actually being Kagari. It was Kagari posing as Yuki. But we saw that in the ending, and we haven't gotten to the ending. Right? Is he talking about the ending? Which he has not experienced? If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kagari. But that attack only took place in the other world line, which you don't... It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell.
もし彼女のことで何か
There was something she... Or is he just suspecting Yuki to be the girl in the motorcycle suit? During the attack in the other world line. But why would he... Oh, because he realized that her arm was hurting, so it was Suzuha who had kicked Yuki. It's still very far off. We could even conjecture that Maho being here isn't a total coincidence. Nope. Possibly he sent Maho with the intent of having her watch Kagari without her knowledge. But how... Yeah, then he would have total control over the whole group. Like, he would know that it is very constructed. Let's say Dr. Leskinen finds Kagari on the mountain, injects her with Kurisu's memories, and then, or drops her in the mountain. And the mountain is in Chiba, it's not even in Akihabara. How would he manage for Kagari to get sent from Chiba to the Oroshibara shrine, where Luca is, who is friends with Mayuri, who is friends with Ocarine? So, what was his intention? What was the Dr. Leskinen's intention? And then he sends Maho to Ocarine, so to watch over Kagari. What? Maybe he made sure Kagari ended up in contact with Kurisu's friends, tried to bring forth the memories. Yeah, but Kagari said she was giving to Luca's father's shrine. Do we know why? The only reason was that the dudes, the monks in Chiba, were like, we can't have a girl here, so we have to send Kagari to a shrine where a girl works. But Luca wasn't even a girl. They were like, she's girly. She can hang out with Kagari. Sure, but why that specific shrine? Right? Why not another shrine? Like, it is a totally coincidence that Luca and Maho are meeting. I mean, Luca and Kagari and Maho. I think the Maho is a bit of a stretch. I think he just dropped a Japanese girl off in Japan. So she may become a shaman girl. There are like thousands of them across Japan. Yeah! It is a total coincidence. Or the choice of Steins Gate, of course. If there was something she...
母さんがどうかしたの?
Is there something going on with mom?
いや、
No,
なんでもない。
it's nothing. I still didn't have any proof. I'd have to just keep an eye on her. My priority right now was Kagari. What had happened during the time where she'd lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us. What is his relationship with Dr. Leskinen right now?
いい?
Of course, finding that is a partial success will be a happy moment. Yeah. Just as planned. All I'm saying is maybe he just maneuvered to get her in contact with Luca. But how much influence did he have where Kagari would be sent to? And then dropped Maho there to go on a Kurisu memory trip, hoping she'd come in contact with Kurisu's social circle. I can't say. I really can't say. Okay, I'm going to get started. Ready? Yeah. Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kagari's memories. Kagari had volunteered to work with her, because she was an experiment-loving girl. As of yesterday, my hypothesis was still just a hypothesis. At any time, she saw her hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists were.
まずはこれを見てもらえる?
Unlike mad scientists, they don't care about proof. They just believe in what they're saying. First, can you look at this? Maho held up a cell phone. There was a picture displayed on its screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる?
Do you know where this is?
学校?
A school?
どこの?
Which school?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の。
Victor Chandiar University.
この手前に歩いてる人、彼の名前は？
Do you know who this is in front?
トニー・ブラウン。あだ名は JB。興奮すると独特のステップを踏むから。
What? Oh, wait. Tony Brown. His nickname is JB because he does this weird little dance when he gets excited.
じゃあ、こっちの彼女は？
And then who's the girl?
わかんない。
I don't know.
どうだ？
Will?
彼女も私たち研究者の間ではかなり有名な子よ。
She's
ク
pretty
リスだって
famous.
当然知ってるはずだわ。
Among us scientists, Chris would definitely know her.
仮にカガリがクリスの記憶を持っているとしても、完全に全てを思い出せているわけじゃないみたいだ。
It looks like even if Kagari does have Kuriso's memories, she can't recall them all perfectly. That's how it had seemed yesterday too. Just putting the two in contact with the same social circle isn't that far-fetched, I think. Much less than that happening by total coincidence, and from there it would make sense they'd meet. But I'm not sure how he arrived at that conclusion that by dropping her on the mountain in Chiba, she would end up in a very specific Akihabara shrine. I think you're it's also anime. True, still Occam's razor. It feels much less constructed than totally coincident. It is very constructed though. From Brown Tube Workshop, no. Tony Brown, JB. I'm thinking they're talking about James Brown. Because dance. Was James Brown a dancer or just a musician? Still could be. I mean, if he thought the experiment was a failure, she didn't display any of Kuriso's traits at first, he could have just wanted to wash his hands off it. Yeah, just drop her somewhere. It could be the choice of STEINS gate. Asking that like we have culture. A chat of culture.
記憶として呼び起こされるものと、そうじゃないものがあるんじゃないのか。
Maybe there are some things she can remember and other things she can't.
だからってこの程度じゃまだクリスの記憶だと断言はできないわ。
It doesn't mean we can say for sure that these are Kuriso's memories yet.
彼らのことくらい調べれば誰だってわかることだもの。
Anyone could find out about these two with a little research.
かがりさん、もう少し突っ込んだ質問をしてもいい？
Kagari, can I ask you some more questions? Ask her about the passwords and then try it out, you know. Okay. Okay.
去年の冬、私とクリスで映画を見に行ったことがあるの。
Last winter, Kuris and I went on a date to see a movie.
ヒアジョーさんとクリスが？
You and Kuriso went on a date?
意外？私たちだってたまには息抜きをする。普段は研究ばかりだけど。
Is it surprising? Even we need a break sometimes. Normally all we do is work. Unlike you, all you do is whatever you feel like. We can be cultured at times, but you said no kittens. What? It has nothing to do with kittens. It was surprising actually. I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと詰まってた私をあの子が連れ出してくれたのよ。たまたまチケットが2枚あるからって。
I was hitting a little wall in my research, so she took me out. She said she just happened to have 2 tickets. She was asking you out. That's just like how a man asks a girl on a date. Kurisu, I never knew. They were very good friends. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た映画のタイトルわかるかしら？
Do you know what the title of the movie was?
とボブ・ワイナー監督の彼と彼女の予感？
Bob Weiner's His and Her Foreboding? What is that supposed to be? Maho gulped. Must have been the right answer.
それって最近の映画か？聞いたことないが。
The new movie? I've never heard of it.
20年前の作品。そのリバイバル上映だったのよ。
It is 20 years old. This was a revival showing. Ah, wow, this is super romantic. Oh. That romantic movie? Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, I'll drop her on this mountain. Then the failed experiment will get sent to a temple. From there, we'll get sent to this other temple that happens to have someone who is in contact with Rentaro, and then also manipulate my assistant's vacation to go to Japan, who might then also meet up with Rentaro. Yeah, in a city like Tokyo, who is like, you know, tiny. And then she can monitor the failed experiment in case it turns out to actually be a success in 5 months. Is a bit much. Yeah, if it actually was Dr. Leskinen, he would have gotten in there. Because they don't seem to be in contact. Like, is he still having dinner with Dr. Leskinen every other night? Because if he was involved, if he wanted Maho to be in Okarin's social circle, then he wouldn't have gotten himself into Okarin's social circle like he did in the other timelines. Like, what is going on with Dr. Leskinen? Why is he not taking care of his own experiment? Maybe it's not him. Maybe it is actually Kurisu. Maybe she's the mastermind. You're assuming he dropped in the mountain just crossing his fingers. What I'm assuming is he had contacts with people at said shrine and was able to influence those. Are you sure? Because he is not participating. He's not the kind of guy to not participate. Anyway, they went on a very romantic date. Kagari had guessed it. She'd known from the title of a movie that Kurisu and Maho had gone to see together in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess.
でもそれも誰か目撃していた人がいればわかることよ。
But somebody could have witnessed it.
だが、君が今日そんな質問をするということは予想できなかったはずだ。
But how would they know you were going to ask that question?
かがりがそのために細かい情報まで全て暗記したとでも？
Are you saying she memorized every tiny bit of information you could possibly ask about? It would be impossible, and she didn't have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってそのくらいのこと分かってるわ。
It's not like I don't know that. I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. And I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. Oh my god. It was winter, but Kagari's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on her.
これぐらいにしよう。かがりがきつそうだ。
That's enough. This looks like it's hard on Kagari.
待って、最後にもう一つだけ聞かせて。
Password! Password! Wait, just let me ask one more question. I mean 3.
いいよ、どうぞ。
Yeah, okay, whatever. Go ahead. Kagari nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃、あなたが一番大切にしていたものは何？
What was your greatest treasure when you were a kid?
子供の頃。
When I was a kid. Yeah, these are her own memories though.
それは、アメリカに移住してからも ずっと部屋に置いてあった。
Even after you moved to America, you always kept it in your room.
イルカのぬいぐるみ。水族館に行った時、パパが買ってくれた。
A stuffed dolphin. Dad bought it for me when we went to the aquarium. Maho sighed and sunk onto the sofa.
合ってるのか？
Is she right?
ええ。昨日、クリスのお母さんが電話で教えてくれたわ。
Yep. Chris' mom told me about it on the phone last night.
このことを知ってるのは、クリスとご両親だけ。
The only people who knew about that were Kurisu and her parents.
それじゃあ。
And
悔しいけど、あなたの仮説を否定できない。
I hate to admit it, but this hypothesis of yours, I can't rule it out.
そうか。
I see.
私、どうなっちゃうのかな。
What is going to happen to me? We have to brainwash you again to get rid of the Valley Girl accent. I'm sorry. Elf makes a good point. Why is Leskin not around at all? Yeah, I miss him. We know he's a bad guy from the other timeline we've already experienced, but this timeline, it has not been revealed. Yeah. Not sure, I'm just saying, how did somehow the one person that has Kurisa's memories by completely random happenstance end up living in Lucaru's room of all people? It is a crazy thing, yeah. At the same time, Maho shows up. That is mega sus. No, Exa sus. Exa? The aquarium! Did you get the fancy year pass case? Yeah! Mountain aquarium! Well, we're gonna put you in a cage and feed you little granules. Yeah. Say, are you comfortable living with rats? Oh my god, all scientists are, of course. I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. It was nuts. And the only possibility I could think of was...
かがりさん、付き合わせて悪かったわね。ゆっくり休んで。
Kagari-san, sorry to make you go through all this. Get some rest. Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face. This is not serious.
帰るのか？
You're leaving?
ええ。
Yeah.
自分なりにまだ検証できることは残っていそうだから。
There's still some things I can check on my own.
それじゃあ、また。
Okay. See you later. Maho got up and went for the door without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. It is so nice that we're getting chapters from other people's perspectives. I love it. Maho Hyadro stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of summer. She had used her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker, Kurisu Makise, had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Kurisu Makise were complicated. Watashi no kimochi? Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought herself a genius. She'd graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she'd feel that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too. But her pride was shattered into little tiny pieces by the arrival of Kurisu Makise. Kurisu Makise was a real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. She had realized that she could never be as smart as Kurisu. And she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. They had gone on a date and held hands, but not kissed yet. So many regrets. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu. But Kurisu Makise wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too. Flashback!
先輩のその研究うまくいけば革命的な成果が得られると思います。
Maho, I think your research has the potential to change the world. Beep boop. There's no feeling in these eyes.
私に何かできることがあれば手伝いますから言ってくださいね。
If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Just say the word. Oh. Someday she swore she would surpass her. Someday she swore she would make Kurisu say that she was the smarter one. But she already says that. Two geniuses jealous of each other's geniuses. Yeah, it's like, you're the genius. No, you're the genius. But now that would never happen. How could she do that? Kurisu Makise went away on a trip and never came back, like a bitch. Maho had been told that she'd been attacked by a robber and killed. In a way. But it didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab. She'd come back to the lab any day now and start arguing with the professors with that same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. She was already amazed. It would really help my research if you came and got ice cream with me. We will share a cone. Alright, I'll do it for science. Amadeus. An artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to the memories stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, who'd proved it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it already. She would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab's server, along with Kurisu Makise's digitized memories. Kurisu Makise's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all. Just like Rintaro Okabe had said.
Oh yeah.
There he is! Who mazed her? Mazed? Maze? Corn? Thanks for the big emote. Is Limo streaming? Nope. Oh! Professor, are you a villain? What a good question! It's a mad scientist, so cool, son of a bitch! She opened the door and a large man she knew very well came inside.
魔法、どうしたんだい？まだニューイヤーハリデーのはずだが。
Maho, what is wrong? I thought you were still on your New Year's holiday.
そういう教授こそわざわざ休みの日に出てきてるじゃないですか。
What about you, Professor? What are you doing here on your day off? Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as his assistant. But the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent the time between sessions at the Japanese office making presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合、休みといっても特にすることもないからね。ホテルにこもっていても息が詰まるだけだし、それならここに来て仕事をしていた方がいい。
In my case, I don't have much to do on my days off. It is no fun sitting in the hotel, so I might as well come here and work.
だったら私も似たようなものです。
Then I guess I'm the same. For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all the scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she'd assumed Dr. Leskinen would feel that way.
君にはいろいろとやることがあるだろう。例えば、デートとか。
You have a lot of things to do, don't you? Dating, for instance?
教授、あ
Professor,
んまりしつこいとセクハラで訴えますよ。
if you keep that up, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment.
おっと、それだけは勘弁してくれ。
Anything but that? Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreact. What? Don't call me out like that. I'm a streamer. I have to overreact. Maze is a word for corn. Yeah, I know that, but who mazed her? Who bonked her? I don't get it. It's a pun, but I don't get it. My date is dead, you butthole. Yeah. So no. What? Caucasians overreact. Have you seen anime? Have you seen Japanese people in anime? Be totally calm and never overreact. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. Wait, oh, so he knows Okabe. They are buddies. But why? Because how did they become buddies if there was no conference where Okabe participated and there was no Amadeus for Okabe to test? How did they get close? There's a white person shoulders. Apparently. I have to pay attention to that. She and Okabe were both friends of Kuriso's. And so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least that's what she thought, probably. Yeah, but how did they meet? If there was no Amadeus and no Amadeus conference, how did Dr. Leskinen and Okabe get to know each other?
それじゃあ、お詫びというわけじゃないですが、一つ聞いてもいいですか?
Alright, in lieu of an apology, can I ask you something?
訴訟されないで済むのなら何なりと。
Anything, if it will keep me out of court.
じゃあ聞きますけど、
Alright,
アマデウスは今どうなっているんですか?
what is going on with Amadeus right now?
どうも何も。今のところ進められる目処が立っていないことは君だってよく知っているはずだよ。
You should know the answer to that. Right now, there's no plans to continue the project.
それは分かってます。私が聞きたいのは、アマデウスのデータはどうなっているかということです。
I know that. What I'm asking is what happened to the Amadeus data?
研究室のサーバーに保管されているね。
It is saved on the lab server, right?
誰かがアクセスしたり、持ち出したりは?
Nobody else accessed it or took it out? Leskinen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly shook his head.
マホ、
Maho?
君がなぜそんな疑問を持ったのか私にはわからないが。
Maho, I don't know where you got that idea, but... Is my theory taking weight yet? We will see. How is he reacting?
エムデウスへのアクセス権はごく限られた一部の人間にしかないし、不正にアクセスされたという事案も起こってはいないはずだ。
He is acting innocent. Amadeus' access is limited to only a few people, and far as I know, no one else has touched it.
少なくとも今まで私のところにそのような報告はもたらされていない。
He seems very calm. Maybe it was Reyes? Maybe it was Professor Reyes? If nothing else, I haven't received any reports about it.
私やクリスの記憶データも
Then the same goes for my and Kuriso's memory data?
もちろん。
Of course.
それじゃあ他に私が知らない人工知能のプロジェクトが動いているなんてこともありませんか
Then, is it possible that there's some other AI project going on that I don't know about?
あるわけがない。我々の研究チームには魔法、君の力が必要不可欠だ。
Of course not. You're the most important member of our research team.
私たちはクリスという才能を失った。
We've lost Kurisu.
それは大いなる損失だったが、彼女のいなくなった穴を埋められるのは君だけだと思っている。
It was a big loss, but I think you're the only one who can take her place.
そんな君の知らないところで新たなプロジェクトなどを進めるはずがないだろう。
So there's no way I'd start a new project without you knowing, right? Other replacement didn't pan out. Yeah, but is he lying? Is he lying through his teeth?
そうですか
I see. He's super sus. Of course, he is the villain, but we're not sure what he's done. Because he is acting very, very calm. The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people who you could really trust. He's 100% a villain, we know this. But what has he done? But Tomaho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people. No, Maho, no.
質問に対する答えはこれでいいかな？
Will that do for an answer?
はい
Yeah.
では、私からの質問もいいかい？どうして急にそんなことを聞くんだい？
Then may I ask you something? Where did this come from all of a sudden?
それは
Well,
もしかして自分の秘密が誰かに漏れていないか心配にでもなったのかな？
are you worried that someone might have access to your little secrets? No, Kuriso's secrets.
まあそんなところです
Yeah, something like that.
それなら心配ない。いかにエメデウスとはいえ、本人が秘密にしたいことは喋らないようにできている。君だって知っているはずだよ。
The question is only just how convoluted is the plot? Yeah, what exactly happened? What did he do? What did he not do? Then you don't need to worry. Amadeus was developed so as not to share any secrets the original one shared. Yeah, no, that didn't work. Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha are out of the bag.
それは保存されたデータについても言える。
The same goes for the saved data.
仮に何者かがデータを盗んだところで、本人がどうしても知られたくない部分はブラックボックスになっている。
Even if someone did steal it, the parts where the original person wants to keep secrets the most are kept within a black box.
エムデウスからはもちろん、記憶データからも取り出すことは不可能だ。
They can't be accessed via Amadeus or from the memory data itself.
秘密が漏れるとしたら、その記憶を持つ生身の人間からだけだね。
If those secrets get out, it's because a living human wanted them to.
記憶を持つ
A
生
living
身の人
human.
間。
Like you?
そう、つまり本人だけということだ。
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's right. The original person themselves, in other words. Oh my god. It's not... Is Kuriso the mad scientist? Is Kuriso the mastermind? Oh no. Suzuha warned us. Suzuha told us she's evil.
どうだい？少しは安心したかい？
Thank you for reading me, Stretch. Ouch. So he implanted the memories in a living human to get the secrets out. Oh, you mean a living human? But Kagari is not the original person. Thank you for reading me, Hydrate. Well, feel better?
ええ、
Yeah,
まあ
I guess so. He didn't say it had to be the original person. He totally said that. The original person themselves, in other words. Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Leskinen, but she couldn't relax until she'd seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you'd seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. But right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyway.
あら、
Oh,
二
it's
人と
you.
もいたのね。
Oh, I didn't expect to see you two here. Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor.
まったく、せっかくのホリデーだというのに、物好きね。
Christ, don't you two know it's a holiday?
レイエス教授こそ
What about you, Dr. Reyes?
私はホテルにいてもやることなんてないから。
I've got nothing to do with my hotel. Maho exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskin and then shrugged. That's just how scientists were.
なになに？なんなのよ。
What? What? What's going on?
ははは。
なんでもないです
It's nothing. She and Dr. Leskinen laughed at Reyes' confusion, but the doubts in her mind lingered. Then implied it could only be the original because there wasn't another solution. But if you could implant the memories in a living human, it would falsify his second statement. Scientists never have anything to do in their hotel rooms. Yeah. Kuriso's memories were inside Kagari's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct.
ごめんなさいオカリンさんにはいろいろ迷惑かけちゃって
I'm sorry, Ocarine. I've caused a lot of trouble for you.
別に迷惑だなんて思ってない。
Oh, it's nothing
それ
really.
に俺なんかよりもルカ子やマユリの方がいろいろと気を配ってくれてるはずだ。
And I think Luka-chan and Mayuri are doing a lot more for you than me. In fact, Mayuri and Luka-chan were doing a very good job of taking care of her. Mayuri may have not realized it, but Kagari looked up to her as a mother figure. And after living under the same roof for so long, Luka-chan had come to care for her a lot.
そんな僕なんて ただ話し相手になるくらいで。
That's not true. All I'm doing is giving her someone to talk to.
マユシーこそ何の役にも立ってあげられなくてごめんね。
Mayushi is sorry that she can do more, you know?
そんなことないよ。ルカ君はすごくよくしてくれてるし、ママはいてくれるだけで嬉しいし。
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Luca is being really nice, and just having mommy around makes me happy. Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word mommy. Couldn't understand why. Must feel strange to be called mommy at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was. Yeah, what the fuck?
ねえママ。
Hey, mommy.
何？
What is it? Ants! Hey, mommy, I'm seeing ants. Do you think we should take a break? God damn it! Hey, it's 6 o'clock already. Yeah. Because you don't stay in hotel rooms during a conference break days, you buttholes. You go visit around. Or possibly you have work meetings because you're not on vacation, but generally you're just too tired. You can't join your work meetings from a hotel room? I mean, where's the point if you go to some place and meet and you don't meet in person? Or take naps? Anyway, ad break is going on. Enjoy the ad break. See you in a couple of minutes. Alright, bed break is over. Napping in hotel room seems like a thing to do if you're often tired. You go to conference, you go there to meet other scientists. So if you're gonna go do work, it's gonna be networking or working on collabs with collaborators that happen to be there. Napping is allowed. Allowed. What if you're at a conference in another country and you have a work meeting with your colleagues back home? Yeah, that can also happen. Surely you could do that from your hotel room. How would you do that? You can wait until you return. And you know how bosses are. I'm just fighting against absolutism. Absolutism. The whole premise of a month-long conference is weird to begin with, to be honest. It seems like a challenge. Ideal, of course, you would not have such a meeting planned while your conference, but since when does Corpa make sense? Yeah, I could imagine it happening. Okay, what is it, my valley girl daughter?
ギュッてしていい？
Can I give you a hug? God.
ギュ？
Hug?
子供の頃にママがよくやってくれたみたいにギュッてしてもいい？
Can I give you a hug like you always used to do for me when I was little?
わあ、照れちゃ
I'm blushing.
うな。ダメ？
I can't?
いいよ。
No, you can't. Go ahead. Oh, Mayuri smiled and nodded, and Kagari gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face.
かがりちゃん、いい子いい子。
Kagari-chan, you're such a good girl. Don't encourage her. Only if it's in the shower. Jesus. The organization of most lab is very different to what you might know. It's extremely flat organization. Depends a bit on the country, of course. Oh, so everyone is equal. Nice. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kagari. She probably understood that this was the best thing she could do right now.
ママ、
Mama, eh? It was strange. Kagari was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like mother and child.
ありがとう、ママ。
Ah, thank you, mommy. Whatever. Kagari slowly moved away from Mayuri. She looked a lot calmer than she had a moment ago. It was probably okay to talk to her now. So,
それで、かがり、
Kagari, how are
調
you
子は
doing?
どうだ？
How are you doing? Any more stuff that Kurisu didn't want me to know?
調子？調子か。なんだかよくわからないかな。
How am I doing? I guess I don't know.
よくわからないとは？
You don't know?
ふとした瞬間に思い出すことがあるんだけど、それが自分のものなのか、クリスさんのものなのかわかんないの。
Sometimes I find myself remembering things, but I don't know if they're Carissa's memories or my own.
難しい数式とか実験とか理解はできてないんだけど知ってるみたいな。
Complicated formulas, experiments. It's like I don't understand them, but I know them. Kagari's only memories were of her time as a child and the time since Luka-chan's father's friend had found her. Kurisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gap in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must have felt.
この前もね、パパのことを思い出したの。子供の頃、パパに褒められた時の記憶。
Just a while ago, I remembered Daddy. It was when Daddy told me I did good when I was little.
それを思い出して、なんだかすごく嬉しかったんだけどね。
I remembered that and it made me really happy.
でも私、赤ちゃんの頃に両親死んじゃったし、それからはマユリママに育ててもらったから、パパなんて知らないんだよね。
Died when I was a baby, and then Mommy and Mayuri raised me. I don't know who my dad is.
だけど、自分が経験したことじゃないのに、褒められて嬉しいっていう感情は確かにあって。
What? Even though it was my own experience, I really felt happy when he praised me.
そう考えてると、頭の中がごちゃってなっちゃって。
Was it not your own experience? Anyway, I've got my card put together for my next computer upgrade. Case, CPU, and motherboard. Yeah, nice. Lab is one thing. Non-science people who are funded are a different matter. Research in the US is more vertical than in most of Europe, for example. I have no idea how lab funding works. Then again, it's gonna be the head of the lab that's gonna be at the large conference. He doesn't have a boss. That just made my head feel all funny. Kagari grimaced and held her head in her hands. The first time I'd met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Kurisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing, the way she always slightly overreacted, like a Caucasian, was actually more like Mayuri. Was that because they were mother and child?
そのクリスの記憶はよく出てくるのか?
Kagari's dad died. Kurisu has fond memories of her dad. Yeah, when she was really little and would not beat him in every argument. So they're not Kagari's own memories. Wow. So, do Kurisu's memories come out often? What do you know about
前に比べると頻繁になったかも。
Kuri, Gohan, and Kamehameha? Yeah, a lot more than they used to, maybe.
そうか。
ねえ、オカリン。かがりちゃん、どうなっちゃうのかな？
Hey, Okarin, what's going to happen to Kagari?
本来ならちゃんとした専門機関で検査してもらうのが一番いいんだろうが。
Yeah, maybe no. Normally, the best thing we could do is get her looked at by a team of specialists. But given her position, it wasn't that easy.
あんまり検査はしたくないな。子供の頃もね、検査ばっかりしてたから。
Oh. I don't really want an exam. That was all I did when I was little.
そうなのか?
Yeah?
うん。
Yep.
PTSD を治すためだって言って。
Yep, they said it was to treat my PTSD, whatever that is. So she didn't seem eager to be looked at either, huh? Flashbang? More of Kurisu's memories woke up. What happened to her? Would she be Kagari Shina with the memories of Kurisu Makisa? Yeah, that is super messed up. Or would she become Kurisu Makisa? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories, but memories were an important part of it. Don't do that. Once she had Kurisu's memories, what would happen to her? At this point, no one knew. It was quite possible that up until now, no one had ever shared a person's memories before. Funding is very esoteric. Sometimes you have a company directly funding a project, but most of the time you apply for your project at the funding agency that selects which projects are to fund. But once you have the funds, apart from following the rules, funders have no direct control over the project itself. Yeah, that makes sense. It's of course very different if we're talking about the company's R&D division. But here we're talking about the college lab. American college lab. Will you agree in advance on what the funding people fund? Once you have set the rules, the researchers have control of the project. That's a fundamental part of research. It's not very stupid to do it that way. Like, it kind of makes sense.
Mayuri-chan, 時間。
Mayuri, it is time. Time for what?
あ、ほんとだ。ねえ、オカリン。この後、かがりちゃんのこと任せていいかな？
You're right. Hey, Okarin, can you take care of Kagari?
これから学校で進路についての説明会があるんだ。マユシーたち、どうしても出なくちゃいけなくて。
We've got a meeting at school about our post-graduation plans. We have to go.
すみません。
Sorry.
謝るなって。心配しなくていい。かがりはちゃんと家まで送っていくから。
Don't apologize. And don't worry, I'll take her home.
ありがとうございます。それ
Thank you.
じゃあかがりちゃん、また明日ね。
Okay, Kagari. See you tomorrow.
ママ、また明日。
Can you call her Mayuri, please? Bye, mommy. See you tomorrow. Once Mayuri and Luka-chan were gone, it was just me and Kagari in the room. After the problems with Kagari's memories started coming up, I'd been having her hold off on her job at the Brown Tube workshop. Why? But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Suzu and Tonoji were downstairs. That alone made me feel better. I suddenly felt Kagari looking at me.
どうした？
What's wrong?
改めて考えると、こうしてオカリンさんと話してるっていうのが不思議だなーって。
I just realized how strange it is to be talking with you like this, Ocarine.
不思議？どうして？
Why? Because you're strange.
だって私にとってのオカリンさんはお話の中の人だったんだもん。
Because to me you were always just this person I heard stories about.
お話の中。
Stories?
ダルおじさんやママから聞くお話の中の人。
Yep, Uncle Daru and Mommy would tell me about you. That's right. According to Suzuha, I was going to die in 2025. Damn it. Which meant that in Kagari's time, I was no longer alive.
ママはね、いっつもオカリンさんの話をしてたよ。
Mommy talked about you all the time.
オカリンがママを助けてくれた。
Fuck.
オカリンがママの彦星様なんだよって。
Ocarine saved your mommy. Ocarine's mommy is Hikoboshi.
あいつ、未来になってもそんなことを言っているのか。
He still talks like that in the future? Now it was my turn to be embarrassed.
だからね、私もずーっと気になってたんだ。ママがそんなに大切に思ってるオカリンさんってどんな人なんだろうって。
So I always wondered who this Ocarine person was that my mom cared about so much.
みんなが話題にする岡部倫太郎っていう人がどんな人なんだろうって。
What was this Rintaro Okabe that everyone talked about?
もしかしたらちょっと憧れてたかも。
Maybe I always admired you a little. Now I'm just disappointed.
からかうのはよしてくれ。
Stop teasing me. I'm
オカ
worthless.
リンさんたら照れちゃってる。
You're blushing, Ocarine. Kagari clearly had the upper hand here.
でもそういう意味ではマキセ・クリスって人もそうかな。
Oh, but that's probably true of Kurisuma Kisa too.
クリスが？
Kurisu?
マキセ・クリスっていう人の名前もママやダルおじさんの口によく上ってたから。
Yeah, Mommy and Uncle Daru used to talk about Kurisuma Kisa all the time.
ずっと昔に亡くなっちゃったのにそんなに影響のある人ってどんな人だろうって。
And she died so long ago, I wondered what kind of person could have that much influence on things.
その、マユリはクリスのことをなんて？
What? What did Mayuri say about her?
オカリンさんの大切な人だって。
She said she was the person you loved. Then why the Hikoboshi thing? Person I loved. For me, that was an undeniable truth. But that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this word line, Mayuri had never met Kurisu, and had tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. Thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way.
そうだ。今から買い物に行くんだが、よかったら一緒に来ないか。
Oh, I know. I'm going shopping. Want to come with me?
買い物？
Shopping?
ああ、まだこの辺りのことよく知らないだろ。
Yeah, you still don't know this area well, do you?
いいの？
Can I? We can go shopping?
もちろんだ。
Of course. After what happened in the last word line, it was probably a good idea to keep her from going outside too much, but she probably needed a change of pace. Why would she not go outside? It's still afternoon. As long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine.
やった！実はね、いろいろ欲しいものもあったんだ。
Yay! There's actually a lot of things I've been wanting to shop for.
欲しいもの？
Things?
うん。日用品とか、いろいろね。
Just some basic necessities.
ルカ子が用意してくれてるんじゃないのか？
Isn't Luka-chan getting you those things? I mean basic necessities. Doing my nails?
そうだけど、でもほら、ルカ君だって男の子でしょ？だから、いろいろ頼んじゃうのも悪いなって。
Yeah, but he's a boy, right? He doesn't get me. So I didn't want to ask her for too much. True, even if she was beautiful. Look at Chan. Oh my god. There were some things she just wouldn't understand. That is so not true. She looks like a girl. She lives a girl's life. Okay, let's go.
それじゃあ、行くか。
やっぱりすごいよね。
Oh wow, this really is amazing. Gary's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street.
人も多いし、お店もたくさんあるし、ここがあの秋葉原と同じ街だとは思えないな。
There are so many people and so many stores. It's hard to believe it's the same Akihabara.
未来の秋葉原はどんなところなんだ？
What is Akihabara like in the future? You don't want to know.
一言で言うと、そうだな。
Best way to...
瓦礫の山かな。まあ、秋葉原に限ったことじゃないんだけどね。
The best way to describe it is a pile of rubble. Well, it goes for more than just Akihabara, though. Zu had said that the Third World War would start soon, which meant that the young Kagure would have only known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault, probably. If I did what Suzuha wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that the Third World War never happened? Impossible. Yeah. You can still try. Discount amusement. Another donkey. Super gamer. Game amusement. The word line were going to converge no matter what I did. You fucking non-believer.
あ、オカリンさん、もしかして自分のせいだなんて思っちゃってる？
Oh, Karine, are you telling yourself it's your fault? I gasped. She'd read my mind.
その反応は図星だね。でも、その考えはダメ。バッテンなのだ。
I guess so, but you can't think that. Nope.
私の知る限り、ママもタルおじさんも、誰もオカリンさんを責めてなんていなかったよ。
As far as I know, nobody, not Mummy or Uncle Daryl, blamed you.
だって、ママ、その、
No, I missed it. Because they all believed that you'd do it someday.
スインズゲートだっけ？
What
そこに導いてくれるって。
What was it? STEINS Gate? They believed you'd lead us there. I knew Kagari was trying to make me feel better. And that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. But those words just make it worse. Because I'd given up on everything.
わあ、ごめん さ
I'm sorry.
え、
い。別に追い込むつもりとかじゃなかったんだけど。
I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I must have had a pretty dark look on my face.
あ、いや、俺の方こそすまない。でも、
Oh, I'm the one who should
俺はもう、
apologize. But I'm not.
ストップストップ。今日はそういうのはなし。せっかく外に出たんだから、もっと楽しい話しよう。ね。
Stop. We're not here to talk about that today. I don't get a chance to go outside often, so let's talk about something more fun, okay? And not the end of the world,
あ、
maybe. Kagari's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. She yearns for the war. If nothing else, those were her only memories as Kagari Shina. But she was still trying to make me feel better. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Oh, that is actually very cute. So, is the attack gonna happen now? Or what is the point of this? Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about than the future.
そうだな。
No.
せっかくだから、ママの若い頃の話を聞きたいな。
Oh, I know. I want to hear about what Mommy was like when she was young.
マユリの？
Mayuri?
若いって言っても、今も若いんだけど。
I mean, I know she's still young right now.
でも、もっと若い頃の話。例えば、人質の話とか。
Imagine Mayuri sitting with her daughter and being like, I was a hostage when I was young. It was super nice. We sat together in the lab and we really had fun. Okarin would burst out laughing. But when she was younger, like when she was a hostage, can you tell me about that? My guess is she's gonna go Kuriso mode in the middle of Akihabara. Yeah. Just going to stop now. She wants her spoon and her fork. I'm not making things up.
マユリはそんなことまで君に話しているのか。
Mayuri told you about that? About being a hostage?
私
Yeah.
ね、オカリンさんの話をする時のママの顔が大好きなの。
She would never stop, you know? I love the look on her face when she talks about you.
とっても大切な宝箱をそーっと開けるみたいな、そんな顔っていうのかな。
Wow. It's like she's softly opening the lid of a treasure chest, maybe? Actually, very poetic.
その顔とその時の声と、それを思い出すだけですっごくあったかい気持ちになれるんだ。
Her face, her voice, just remembering it makes me feel warm. Kagari Mayuri must have felt like a star shining in a world of darkness and mud. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky, which did not
別に
exist.
大した話じゃないさ。
It was nothing, really.
大好きなおばあさんが亡くなって、ずっと悲しんでたあいつが今にも消えてしまいそうで。
Her grandmother died and Mayuri really loved her. She looked so sad, like she was going to disappear any minute now.
それで口から出た痛々しいセリフだ。
And then I said something really silly.
お前は俺の人質だ。
You're my hostage, right? Yeah, you're right. That was super stupid. Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed that I wanted to go.
若かったんだ。若さゆえの過ちというやつさ。
I was young. It was only a year ago. The folly of youth, you know?
それでもその言葉はママを救ってくれたんだよね。
But those words saved Mommy, didn't they?
どうだろうな。
I don't know. If those words meant that I was holding her back even all the way into the future?
オカリンさん？
Holding who back? Mayuri? Akari?
そんなことより
Hey,
腹が減らないか
are you hungry?
何か食べにでも行こ
Let's go get something to eat. This curry place.
うん。
Oh, yeah. I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject. Kagari seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up.
う。何か食べたいものあるか
Anything you want to eat?
私は何でもいいかな。
Can we go see Ferris? We haven't seen Ferris today at all. Anything's fine.
そういうのが一番困るんだ。
That's always the answer that makes things the hardest, you know? Kind of.
だってこの時代の食べ物って何でも美味しいんだもん。びっくりするくらい。
But everything in this era tastes so good. It's amazing.
未来じゃ何を食べてたんだ
What did you eat in the future?
お芋とかそういうのばっかりかな。
Mostly yams and stuff.
あ、でもママが毎日違う味付けしてくれてたから。
But mommy would flavor them differently every day.
マユリが
Really? Cooked? Let her cook.
マユリの料理はうまかったのか
Was her cooking, well, good?
そうか
Wow. Yup, it was delicious. Green bananas. Oh, jelly bananas. Jelly yams. Aren't yams supposed to be super jelly when you grate them? Grated yams? I think that's just like slop. I see. The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Ugh. She can learn to cook. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Maybe that had paid off.
だ
Can we
から
talk about Yuki?
私は何でもいいよ。
So anything's fine, really. Right then.
お帰りになさいませ、ご主人様。
Welcome back, Meowster.
おかりん、それにかがりにゃんも。
Okarin and Kagarin-yan. I'd chosen to stop by May Queen Nyan Nyan and it was packed.
今日は混んでるな
It's busy today.
そうなのにゃ。今日からアニメとのタイアップキャンペーンが始まったのにゃ。
We just started an anime tie-in campaign, yeah? An anime tie-in campaign? Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over town.
おかげで大繁盛で満席なのにゃ。
And so the place is packed, yeah?
30分くらい待ってもらったら入れるようになるんやけど。
30 minutes. If you're willing to wait 30 minutes, I can seat you.
そういうことならまた今度にするよ
We'll take a rain check then, but okay.
もっとゆっくりできそうな時に出直してくるね。
Yeah, let's come back someday when it's a little slower.
せっかく来てもらったのにごめんにゃ。
My apologies, guys. You should have made reservations. We left May Queen Nyan Nyan and walked around for a bit, but it was lunchtime and every place we saw was crowded.
すごいね。どこも人だらけ。
Wow, there's people everywhere.
まったくだ
I mean, yes, okay.
わざわざ外で飯なんか食わずに
That's
家
right.
で済ませればいいもの
They should have all just eat at home instead of going outside. But the food is so great.
でもそれって私たちにも当てはまるよね。
But that goes for us too, doesn't it? Yeah, but none of us can cook. Now then, what to do?
ラボで食べよっか。
Should we eat at the lab? Let's get Dr. P and some snacks.
言っとくが俺は料理なんてできないぞ
Just so you know, I can't cook.
私も。
Me neither. Mommy Mayuri taught me nothing. And that was out of the question.
簡単なものでいいよ。私あれ食べてみたかったんだ。ほら、お湯かけて食べる ヌードル的なの。
You want instant noodles? It doesn't have to be anything complicated. I always wanted to try that one thing. You know, the noodles you put hot water on?
カップ麺か？
カップ
あんなものでいいのか？
ラーメン。You sure that's what you want?
未来だとね、工場がいっぱいなくなっちゃって、なかなか手に入らなくなっちゃったんだ。
In the future, a lot of factories go away, so it's a lot harder to get.
ダルおじさんがいつも食べたいって言ってて、ずっと気になってたの。
Uncle Daru was always talking about how he wanted some, so I wondered what it tasted like. She was okay with that, so was I. Yeah, she's gonna say the thing. She's gonna say the fork thing. She actually cannot eat with chopsticks, and I had just the thing. We bought a lot of instant noodles at the local convenience store. You can buy other snacks at the convenience store. If there were any left, Daru would probably eat them.
すっごいね。カップ麺ってあんなにいっぱい種類あるんだ。
Wow, I didn't know there were so many different types of instant noodles.
今は未来と違って飽食の時代だからな。コンビニなんかでは毎週のように新商品が出る。
Like the future, there's all kinds of different ones now. Convenience stores get new stuff almost every week.
そうなんだね。ね、この中のどれを食べてもいいの？
You're right, so I can pick any of these. Harry looked inside the plastic bag I was holding.
もちろん。好きなのを選んでくれ。
Of course, take your favorite.
それじゃあどれにしよっかな。
What was Kuriso's favorite?
ね。
What should I pick then? She looked just like a child, the way she put her finger to her lips as her eyes shone.
私これにする。塩味の。
Salt flavor! Oh god, how much salt is in salt flavor? I will have this one, salt flavor.
なんなら2つでも3つでも食べてもいいぞ。
I'm just a basic bitch, you know. Salt flavor is good enough for me. I take 2 or 3. High sodium diet.
本当？
Really?
でも食べ過ぎちゃうと太っちゃうしな。
Oh, but if I eat too many, I'll get fat. She had damn it. She had so many different expressions that I never got tired of watching them.
そういえばさっき他にも何か買ってたみたいだったけど。
Hey, didn't you also get something else while we were there? Dr. P!
ああ、これだよ。
Yep, this. I took something plastic out of the bag. It's a Bnui. It's a pink Bnui.
これって。
Is this?
フォークだよ。
フォルク。
箸じゃ食べづらいんじゃないかと思って。
フォルクだよ。I thought it might be hard to eat with chopsticks.
自分専用のものにしてラボに置いておけばいい。
You can keep it and leave it in the lab. Bunny fork. Yes, it is a bunny fork.
いいの？もらっちゃって。
Is that really okay?
別に大したものじゃない。
Nothing special, really. I'm just doing it for Kuriso. Kuriso had always wanted her own fork. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it.
やった！ありがとう。実はね、私お箸使うの苦手なんだ。ママからもいつも注意されてて。
Yay, thank you. Honestly, I'm not very good with chopsticks. Mommy always lectured me about it.
あ、これ先っぽにウサギさんがついてる。かわいい。
It's got a bunny on the end. How kawaii.
私専用のフォーク。私のもの、これで2つ目だ。
My own fork. This means I own 2 things now. I mean, it looks like a fork you use once and then throw it away. It looks very disposable. The other must have been the keychain that Mayuri gave her.
でもなんでかな、私これずっと欲しかったような気がする。
I don't know why, but it feels like I've always wanted my own fork.
もしかしてこれもクリスさんの記憶なのかな。
Could this be one of Chris's memories? It is.
さあ、どうだろうな。
I don't really know.
ねえオカリンさん、オカリンさんはクリスさんのことを好きだったんでしょ？
Hey, Ocarine, you were in love with Chorizo, weren't you? I almost choked at the unexpected change in the direction of the conversation.
大丈
Yeah, tell me about Chorizo. Are you okay?
いきなりなんでそうなる？
Where did that come from?
夫？だって大切な人っていうのはそういうことでしょ？
Because that's what it means when someone is important to you, right?
で、どうなの？好きだったの？
So is it true? Did you love her? You seem genuinely interested. Guess she was the right age for that.
まあ、
Well,
あいつとの出会いが俺の人生を大きく変えたのは確かだな。
it's true that meeting her changed my life.
ああ、ごまかした。ずる
You changed the subject. Not fair.
い。でも人生を変えるほどの大切な人か。なんか憧れるかも。
But I like the idea of someone being so important to you that they change your life. And your brain. She changed everything, past and future.
ねえ、オカリンさんから見てマキセ・クリスさんってどんな人だったの？
So, Ocarine, what kind of person do you think she was?
気になるか？
Are you interested?
自分の頭の中にある記憶の持ち主のこともっと知りたいよ。
I want to know more about the person who owns these memories in my head.
俺が教えなくてもそれこそ記憶として頭の中にあるんじゃないのか？
You still have her memories even if I don't tell you, right?
それが自分で思い出そうとしても思い出せないんだよね。時々断片的に出てくるだけで。
But I can't force myself to remember them. Sometimes they just come out in fragments.
それも大抵難しいことばかり。
And it's all really complicated stuff.
だからもっと人間的な部分っていうの、そういう人となりとか教えてほしいなって。
I want to know more about what kind of person she was, you know? Akari had never actually met Kurisu, had she? If she was sharing the memories of someone she'd never met, it would make sense if she wanted to know more about her.
あいつはマキセ・クリスはとにかく好奇心の強いやつだったよ。
She, Kurisu Makisa, was a very curious and experiment-loving girl.
ふむふむ。
その上
I
頑固
say,
で
I say.
自分が正しいと思ったことは誰に何を言われても決して曲げることはなかった。
And she was stubborn. If she thought she was right, she was right. She would never back down, no matter what.
そうなんだ。
I say.
不遜で強がりでそのくせ
Lonely?
寂しがり屋で
What do you mean lonely? She had Maho. She was arrogant and strong-willed, but also really lonely. The memories of all the conversations I had with Kurisu and everything I'd gone through with her came flooding back into my mind. I talked to her just like this once before. Here, come to think of it. Not in this one line, though.
それに怒ると怖かった。
And she was scary when she got mad.
怖い？どんな風
Scary?
に？
How?
回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺すなんて物騒なこと言われたりしたよ。
It's these stuff like I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippo.
ふえ。
Terrifying. Fui? You said tsuyoi though. What does tsuyoi mean? And then for some reason she ran a few steps forward and spun around. And then...
そんなこと言ってると解凍して会話に電極ぶっ刺すわよ。
Oh my god, oh no. She's going to go Kurisu mode in the middle of Akihabara. You were right. You keep talking like that and I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus.
Oh.
Yoi means strong. But he did say strong, right? Flashbang!
今すぐ解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやろうかしら。
Should I cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus right now? Would you like that? I don't know. I know shit about the brain. Kurisu.
なんてこんな感じ？
Was it like that? Was it like that? Damn it. She speaks so differently from the belly girl.
オカリンさん？
Strong. They translated it with curious. Didn't he say strong-willed? Strong-willed. Arrogant and strong-willed. Is that a Tsuyoye? Later, yes. So they translated curious with Tsuyoye with curious. Ocarine.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Flashbangs. Too many flashbangs. The memories of Kurisu inside Kagari. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kagari's head, would Kagari Shina become Kurisu Makisa? For realsies. It was a stupid idea. Personality and memories were different things. But even so, if her memories turned into Kurisu's completely, if that happened...
オカリンさん。
Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is totally wrong. Ocarine.
Huh?
Huh? Harry wandered back up to me and put her weight against me. Dude. Well, he said strong and special, I think, right in that first sentence. Translation just said curious. Yeah, maybe they took some liberties. I'm not going to speculate on anything. Yeah, I could feel her warmth on my chest. The feeling of her skin, it reminded me of Kurisu.
Kurisu?
Don't call her Kurisu, dude. Oh no, she's having a fit. The sound of her pained moan brought me back to reality.
どうしたKagari?
Kurisu, I mean Kagari, what is wrong?
頭。
My head.
頭が。
My head. It's my head.
頭が痛いのか?
Your head hurts? Oh wow. Ha. Kagari's body twitched in my arms.
やだ。もうあんなとこ帰りたくない。
I don't want to go back. Back where? Back to the war? Or do you mean back to the lab where she was experimented on?
助けて。誰かここから出して。
Save me. This is what Kurisu said before Amadeus was shut down. Oh no. Save me. Someone get me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
どうしたんだKagari?
Kagari. What is wrong, Kagari?
助けてママ。どうして助けてくれないの？ママ。
What? Save me, mommy. Why won't you save me? Mommy.
落ち着け落ち着くんだKagari!
Calm down, Kagari. Oh, fuck. I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling anymore. People on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it.
大丈夫
It's okay.
大丈夫だから
It's okay. Akarin?
歩けるか
You
と
what?
にかく
Let's get back to
ラ
the
ボに戻ろ
lab. It finally calmed down, but seems to still be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulder as I took her back to the lab. Once we got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Wow. Oh, alright. But the snacks we bought. Don't you want snacks? Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she would still moan. I'd contacted Mayuri and the others, but they were probably going to arrive soon, but... Back to the Future she was in. Yeah, I don't want to go back, but Suzuha, she said she doesn't want to erase this word line. Is Okabe gonna get arrested? No, we're not that lucky. Also, he didn't do anything. She was just... I thought she was going to hug him or something. I wouldn't have liked that, but she was actually just in pain. The words she said before. Flashbang. Save me, someone get me out of here. What was that? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was. Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Luka-chan came running in. Is Kagari okay? We don't care about you. Just Kagari. Okabe Rentaro. Yeah, his name is Okabe Rentaro. We call him Okarin because that's what Mayuri calls him. Okarin. Okabe Rintaro Okarin.
ああ今はよく眠っている
Yeah, she's sleeping now.
よかった
So glad. What are all these noodles here? You must have heard us talking because Kagari's eyes slowly opened.
係さん
Kagari-san.
あれ
Oh
こ
shit.
こどこ
Shit. Where am I? She looked around, afraid.
落ち着いてここはラボですよ
Calm down. You're in the lab. Exactly what you want to hear when you wake up. You're in the lab. Don't worry. The pain will stop soon.
ラボ日本
The lab? Japan? I'm not in the US?
そうだよ日本の秋葉原だよ
That is right. 日本の秋葉原だよ。
日本
日本
私日本に
I'm in Japan?
あそっか私交換留学で
What exchange program, girl? Oh, that's right. That exchange program. she is a really girl. Nippon da yo. Welcome back, Kuriso. Looks like it. We have Kuriso here. Oh no. For some reason, this is now Kuriso.
そういえば公演の準備は
I need to get ready for the lecture, don't I? Wait, this is not Kagari anymore. The voice was for Kagari. This is Kuriso. Oh no! Dilemma!
留学
Exchange program?
様子が変です。
She's acting strange. Unlike before.
おかり
Karin, do something! Isn't Kuriso a valley girl at heart? We never had the valley girl voice for Kuriso. Exchange program! Lecture! Those were Kuriso's.
あれ論文はパパに見てもらおうと思って頑張って書いたんだけど
My paper. Where's my paper? I worked really hard on it so I could show it to Dad.
落ち着け係。それは君の記憶じゃない。
Calm down, Kagari. Those aren't your memories. Kagari looked up at me in a daze.
おかりんさん
Karin. Yeah, well, now it's Kagari again. So, is she gonna have more and more of Kuriso's memories? They're like taking over? Because, Kagari has actually a very... Well... She's not been around for that long. So if Kuriso's personality is more aggressive, then she's taken her over, right? Karin.
そう。
That's right.
お前は椎名係だ。
Your name is
マキセ・クリスじゃない。
Kagari Shina, not Kuriso Makisa.
かがり私は椎名かがり
Kagari, my name is Kagari. Oof, no. He ain't right. Nope. Whoa. Oh no. Oh no. She yelled. Dakuri.
ルカ子、悪いが、係のことを頼む。
Look at her. It's like, I'm not worried at all. Look at her. Sorry, can you handle this? Of course, I've been handling everything. Dakuri, thank you for the huge emote.
はい
Yes. Kagari was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to Yanabayashi's shrine. But maybe we were going to be able to look after Kagari. We weren't going to be able to look after Kagari ourselves after all. Maybe we should take her to a hospital. Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? I kept thinking about that as I walked along.
マユシーも一緒に泊まることにするね
Mayoshi's gonna stay over tonight, okay? Mayoshi wants in on the pajama parties that you guys are having over here.
ああ。
Yeah,
そうしてもらえると助かる。
that would be a big help. It would make Kagari feel a lot better.
なるべく、普段と同じように接してやってくれ。
Try to treat her like you normally would, as much as possible.
わかった
Okay. I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, and then headed back to the lab. Send me stickers, Mayuri. As many stickers as you can.
かがり
Oh,
ひ
yeah.
どいの
Is Kagari in bad shape? That was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. She and Maho was sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan. But they were still worried anyway, probably.
今は落ち着いてるが、一時はかなり混乱していた。
She's calmed down now, but she was very confused for a while.
やっぱりクリスの記憶
Is it Kuriso's memories?
あ
Yeah.
あ、ここまで来ると、もう間違いないだろう。
At this point, I don't think there's any doubt. Still didn't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Kurisu-Makisa's memories. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could hope for to do was figure out how this had happened. There's no way a whole hour has passed. I'm gonna complain about this every time. Limo hasn't started yet. We still have 1 hour to go. It doesn't look like we're getting an ending anytime soon. There's still a lot of lore to go through. Ends, yes. Enjoy the ends and or the end break. See you in a couple of minutes. Right, we back. I checked Vane's stream and he's playing Minecraft, but he has his avatar as a player character. She looks so cute. Elphaton continues. I don't want to make an Elphaton, but I want to continue. What had happened there? How did the memories get injected into Kagari? It wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we needed to get her back to normal, to erase Kurisu's memories and restore the original Kagari. And for that we needed the help of a specialist. We know one addicted to Okabe. What? He's not even the main character in here. Maho Yajo was a specialist in that sense. And there was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari was from the future. In this word line, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future or the time machine. What's the kid tell her?
ね
え
え、あなたたちはかがりさんとはどうやって知り合ったの？
How did you guys meet Kagari?
漆原さんのところに来る前は、彼女はどこで何をしていたのかしら？
I wonder what she was up to before she came to Orishibara's house.
かがりは千葉の県境で倒れていたところを助けられたんだ。
Kagari was found near the prefectural border in Chiba.
意識を取り戻した時点で、それ以前の記憶はなかった。
When she woke up, she didn't have any memories of what had happened before. It was the same as the last word line.
でも、子供の頃の記憶はあるんでしょ？鈴葉さんは彼女と知り合いだったのよね。
But she had her memories of when she was a kid, right? You knew her, didn't you?
子供の頃の彼女はどこで何をしていたの？
Where was she when she was a kid? Suzuha looked at me silently. Oh. Wait, we were here, right? No. So. What can we override? What is Pandora's box again? Let's keep the first one, like with the others, and override the rest. Zua looked at me silently. Is Kagari okay? It's fine, don't worry. I'll do something. We are all doing our best. We're all doing our best. That's right, Taro and Mahu are helping and so are you. And we've got your help too, so it'll be fine. Yup, Mayoshi will do her best. Yeah, keep it up. Thanks, Okarin. Alright. It's probably not that important, but... Zuha looked at me silently. She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now, probably. I could see on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow.
おじさん、どうする？ヒヤジョーさんに話しても。
Uncle, what can we do? Can we tell her? Why are you calling him Uncle? Oops, the cat is out of the bag. Maho was a scientist. If we told her the truth, she'd be too sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on a time machine. This was a big risk, but...
かがりを救う方法を突き止めるためには、やむを得ないか。
If we want to save Kagari, we don't have a choice, I guess. Thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now was helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back and then turned to face Maho. Right, you're gonna tell her or should I?
今から話すことを知っているのは、ごく一部の人間しかいない。
Only a very few people know what I'm about to tell you.
だからテ
So
ィア嬢さんも決して他の誰かに漏らしたりはしないで。
make sure you don't tell anyone, okay?
なんなの急に。
What's all this about? Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. Oh, she's amazing. But Suzuha kept talking. Kitten is out of the bag. No kittens!
冗談に聞こえるかもしれないけど、
May
冗談
seem,
なんかじゃないんだ。
may seem like a joke, but it isn't. Believe me.
約束できるか否か、
Can you promise me?
答えは2つに1つだ。
Or not? Pick one. Soldier. What? Maho looked at me, hesitant. But she must have seen something in my face.
わかったわ。
Fine.
誰にも言わない。
Won't
約
tell
束する。
anyone. Promise. She nodded.
それじゃあ、まずはさっきの質問の答え。
Alright.
子供の頃、私とかがりがどこで何をしていたか。
I'll start by answering your first question. Where were Kagari and I when she was a kid?
私たちは第三次世界大戦が終わった後の未だ各地で内戦が続く戦時下に暮らしていた。2036年のね。
We were living in 2036 after the Third World War ended and civil wars raged on everywhere. Say what? Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger.
からかわないで。人が真剣に聞いてるのに。
Don't make fun of me! I'm being serious here. So am I. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold and staring straight into Maho's.
ヒアジョーさん、
Yajo-san,
鈴葉が最初に忠告したはずだ。これは作り話でも冗談でもない。
Suzuha warned you at the start. This is not a fictional story and this isn't a joke.
鈴葉とかがりは25年後の未来からやってきた存在なんだ。タイムマシンでな。
Kagari came from 25 years in the future in a time machine.
タイムマシン？
Time machine?
そんなものが作れるわけが。
There's no way you could make...
その理論の大元を作ったのがマキセ・クリスだと言ってもか。
Even if I told you it was Kurisu Makisa who came up with the basic theory? Hmm? We got her. Suzuha, you deal with the other punch. The second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そん
That
なの。
bitch. That she really didn't.
わかった。
Fine.
聞くだけは聞くわ。
Now listen to what you have to say. Flashbang. Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu, about the D-mails, yeah, good times. What happened in the Alpha word line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, Mayuri's other death, Mayuri's next death, and the death after that, attractor field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death. Of course not.
とりあえず話を整理させて。
You didn't tell her about Nae. This would be too much. Just give me a moment to process all that.
つまり鈴葉さんとかがりさんは岡部さんに未来を変えてもらうために2036年からやってきたと、そういうのね。
What you're telling me is that Suzuha and Kagari came here from the year 2036 to have Okabe change the future, right?
そうだよ。
That's right. Maho sank into the sofa and sighed.
岡部さんにそんな大層なことができるとは思えないわ。
So, I can't imagine Okabe here being capable of pulling something like that off. let's be clear here.
たった一人の人間に全人類の命運がかかっているなんて。
I can't believe the fate of all humanity rests on a single person, unless that person is Kurisuma Kisa.
俺だって無理だと思っている。
I don't think I can do it either. I'm weak. By the way, the most dangerous person you know isn't the super soldier in front of you. It's Nae. Yeah. Top 5 most dangerous soldiers here. 3 Kagari, 2 Suzuha, 1 Nae. 4 should be Mr. Brown, and 5 Moika. I'd given up actually. Yeah, you don't know if you can do it, you just give up. On the entire future.
到底信じられない話ではある。
It's not really believable, but now that you see Kurisu, it is. Nae did nothing wrong. True. What about Yuki? Well, we still don't know who Yuki is. Yuki was supposed to be Kagari, or maybe not anymore. Maybe she's someone else.
でもあなたの言ったその理論なら確かにタイムリープは可能かもしれない。
But the theory you described might allow for a time leap, yes.
それに何よりその理論の元を作ったのはクリスなんでしょう。
And more than anything, it was Kurisu who came up with that theory, right?
だったら検証に値するわ。
Then it's worth looking into.
だってあの子は天才だもの。
Because she was a genius. No, you were a genius. No, you. Our words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy. What about the feelings? So you believe it, yeah?
その代わり今度見せてほしいわね。そのタイムマシンを。
Yes! In exchange, I want you to let me see that time machine.
乗ってきたって言うならあるんでしょ？どこかに。
If you came here in it, it still has to be around, right?
ある。すぐ近くにね。
It is very close.
検証作業は必要だけど、とりあえずあなたたちの話を信じることにする。だからあなたたちも私に信じさせるよう協力して。
I'll need to look into this, but I've decided to believe you for now, so I want you to help me believe.
わかった。
Alright. There was no hesitation in her voice.
ありがとう。
Thank you. If Suzuha said it was okay, it was my place to speak. She's the main character. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered.
話をかがりの件に戻そう。
Let's get back to Kagari.
さっきも言ったように、はぐれたのは彼女が10歳の頃。
Like I just told you, she separated from Suzuha when she was 10.
そしてそれ以降、先月になって見つかるまでの足取りは全くつかめていない。
And we have no idea where she was until she was found last month.
俺はその間、彼女が海外にいたんじゃないかと考えている。
I'm thinking she may not have been in Japan. For how long, I had no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week.
オカリンおじさんの仮説だと、ビクトル・コンドリア大学にいたことになるね。
Uncle Okarin's hypothesis is that she was at Victor Chondria University.
ああ。
Yeah.
そして、何らかの形でアマデウスと接触した。
And that in some form or another she made contact with Amadeus. The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Kurisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. You're a genius. No, you're the genius. No, you! Yeah, their dates must have been really fun to watch. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kagari's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. exchange program, lecture. These fragments of memories were all from before she had come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she had come to America. There was another match.
この前レスキネン教授に確認してみたんだけど、クリスの記憶データは凍結されたまま誰もアクセスできないはずだと言っていたわ。
I just checked with Dr. Leskinen a while ago. Kuriso's memory data has been sealed away and no one can access it, he said.
ただそれが事実かどうかを確かめる権限は今の私にはない。
But I don't have the authority to check that for myself.
それにプロジェクトが凍結される前に何者かがデータを持ち出したことだって考えられるし。
And it is possible that someone took the data before the project was shut down.
持ち出すことのできる人間はアマデウスの研究に携わっていた人間に限定されるんじゃないか。
The only people who could have done that were people involved with Amadeus research, right? Professor Reyes, or Professor Leskinen, or... Time to get Daru on the case. Hello, Mad King! Welcome! Hello! Happy Saturday to you! Boop! Hi, Matt! So, do you want a summary of what happened? Apparently, Kagari has Kuriso's memories. They have been somehow injected inside her. Probably it was Dr. Leskinen. We're not sure. And we're trying to... Oh yeah, she has like fits where she suddenly doesn't know who she is or whose memories she is remembering. And we're trying to help her. And now we brought Maho on board, told her this was all about time travel, and that Kagari is possibly like 50% Kurisu, 50% Kagari, and 100% crazy. And we're trying to find out who did this, like how and why and when.
そうとは限らない。外部からサーバーに侵入すれば誰にだってできることよ。
Not necessarily. Anybody could do it if they hacked the server. Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker. It was Daru. Daru is the villain.
問題は目的ね。岡部さんの仮説が正しいとして、なぜそんなことをする必要があったのか。
The question is why. If your theory is right, why would they do that? The most obvious possibility was that someone wanted access to Kurisu Makisa's mind. But Amadeus should suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain. And why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she'd only published a single paper. There was no reason to think it would be that important to anyone. Unless...
もしクリスの記憶の中にタイムマシン理論の基礎があることを何者かが知ったとしたら
What if someone knew that the basic theory of time travel was locked in Kuriso's memories? Someone out there would want it.
でもクリスがその理論に行き着いたのはあなたの言う別の世界線なんでしょ？
But Kuriso arrived at the theory in the otherworld line you were telling me about, right?
中鉢論文を知ってるか？
Have you ever heard of Dr. Nakabachi's paper?
中鉢？
Kabachi?
それってロシアに亡命した？
The guy who sought asylum in Russia?
そうだ。
That's right.
例の論文には私も軽く目を通したけど、とても論文と言えるものではなかったわ。
I took a look at it and calling it a paper is being way too kind.
あれは劣化コピーだと俺は考えている。オリジナルが別に存在するんだ。
I think it's an inferior copy, and there's another version, an original.
一体何の話？
What are you talking about?
ドクター中鉢の本名は牧瀬正一。クリスの
Dr. Nakabachi's
実の
real
父だ。
name is Shoichi Makisa. He is Kuriso's real father. real father. She doesn't have a fake father.
Oh.
Oh. I thought back. Flashback to what I saw that day. Oh my god.
私も考えてみたの。タイムマシンは作れるのかどうか。
I've also been thinking about whether it's possible to create a time machine. What happened to you? You don't sound like a valley girl. You're not my real daughter.
読んで。パパの意見を聞かせてほしい。
Read this. I want your opinion, Dad.
悪くない内容だ。
It's not bad.
本当？この論文はパパと共同署名でもいいと私は思って。
I think maybe we could publish it under both our names.
学会には出すな。これは私が預かっておく。
Don't publish this. I'll take it. You're stealing it, Papa?
そういえば
Come to think of it.
クリスが日本に行く前に言ってたの、父親に会うって。新しい理論の発表会をするらしくて、その招待状が来たって。
I remember her saying before she left Japan that she was going to see her dad. He was announcing a new theory and she'd been given an invitation. That day, Nakabachi had stolen Kurisu's paper and tried to kill her. I mean, actually killed her. The first time we went back, No, wait, there was a fight. He was trying to kill her, and then Okabe tried to stop him. And then he got out a knife, and there was a fight, and Kurisu threw herself between them, and, yeah, then got stabbed. And after he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day and what happened right after. I'd been avoiding it. But I'd heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it had become something of a running gag. But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Kurisu's theory, and her original still existed somewhere else. That is right. Kurisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. It actually succeeded in making the time leap machine.
それじゃあ、その論文の存在を知った誰かがクリスの記憶からタイムマシンに関する理論を取り出そうとしてるってこと？
Then you mean someone found out about this paper and is trying to get the theory needed to make a working time machine out of Kurisu's brain?
第三次世界大戦が起きたきっかけは EU とロシアによるタイムマシン競争の過熱なんだ。
The cause for the Third World War was the intensification of the race for the time machine between the EU and Russia.
そこにアメリカまで横やりを入れて収拾がつかなくなった。
Even America started to get involved and it got completely out of hand.
まさに時代は歴史通りに動き出している。
Things are proceeding exactly as history said they would. Those people had attacked the lab in the last word line. Tonoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. The military wanted Kurisu's time machine theory. Fuck. Oops. Locked, unlocked, locked, unlocked. Wow. What is that about? So you can't overwrite it? It's actually smart. Because we need to keep those three locked. This is where the trousers of time get separated. Override protection. Yeah, nice. Actually smart. Aha, hello. Happy Saturday to you. Anyway, this is just another Rhine message, so it's not very important. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kagari's mind. I'm worried about Kagari. believe in us. Mayuri and Luca are writing the same thing. We'll do what we can. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Believe in us. We'll do what we can. What do we answer? Which is the non-kitten answer? Yo! Hello! Believe in us. We'll do what we can. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm worried. Don't worry. But I'm worried. But don't worry. That's where the trousers of time get separated. Does it mean the shrine is the crutch? No! It'll be fine. Look at Chan. We can do it. Just hearing you say that makes me feel so much more relieved. Is that irony? Ah, just hearing you say that makes me feel so much more relieved. Thanks. Please and thank you. Oh. Leave it to me. Right? God damn it. Download memories into Kagari's mind. Yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening, Graf. If you didn't catch that earlier. Kagari has been downloading Kurisu's memories. Amadeus would never talk about something like that if it didn't want... Would never talk about something that it didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. Maybe they'd done that to Kagari. Of course, it was just a guess. But if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kagari, it was quite possible.
記憶のデータを脳に移植するか。
Moving memory data into a brain, huh?
可能なんだろう。今の技術でも。
It is possible, right? Even with modern technology.
クリスはそれを成し遂げた。それはクリスが研究していたことの応用だと言っていた。
Kurisu succeeded in it, and she said it was an application of her own research.
ええ、そうね。
Yeah.
可能よ。
That's right. It is possible.
それに、もともとアマデウスはそのために作られたものなんだし。
And that's what Amadeus was originally created to do. Medical applications, wasn't it? Leskinen had talked about it at the seminar, and Maho had interpreted. In this word line, Amadeus had been shut down, and the seminar had never happened, though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right, and memory data transplants were theoretically possible.
クリスの考え出したタイムリープマシンだってその応用だわ。
Kurisu's time leap machine is another application of this.
もっとも、そのどちらも自分の頭の中に自分の記憶を移植するという目的で作られたものだがな。
Of course, both of them were intended to move the memories back into the original person's head. And Kurisu had said that even that was dangerous.
じゃあ、他人の脳に別人の記憶を移植するとどうなる？
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah, this is exactly what happened in the first game, but instead of Okarin's memories being transported from Okarin to Okarin, they got transported from Kurisu to Kagari. It's the same technology. And what would happen if you try to move them to another person's head?
単純に OS の違う PC のハードディスクに別のデータをコピーというわけにはいかないと思う。
I don't think it would be as simple as copying them to a hard drive on a PC with a different OS. Yeah, oh god. People are not compatible.
そもそも人間の脳のキャパシティがどれくらいあるのかすら分かっていないの。
We don't even know how much capacity the human brain has. Yeah, but it's just 36 bytes if you compress them with a black hole.
容量的なことだけを言えば 20歳の女性2人分の記憶くらいは余裕で保存できるというデータはあるけど、
In terms of strict storage capacity, it should easily have enough room to store the memories of two 20-year-old girls. Taro had once told me that the brain's storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes. I think it's a little more than that.
だけど問題はそれ以外の部分。
But the problem goes beyond that.
岡部さんの言う通り、自分自身の頭に記憶をダウンロードすることすらまだ実用段階には至っていない。
Like you said, we're still not even at the point of successfully downloading memories back into the original brain.
それなのに他人の記憶をとなると、いつ齟齬を起こしてもおかしくないわ。
If you try to copy those memories into someone else's brain, it could cause serious inconsistency problems. Yeah, like Kagari is experiencing right now.
そして実際に今そのエラーは起きつつある。
In fact, we're seeing those errors start to happen right now.
このまま放っておくとカガリはどうなる？
What will happen to Kagari if we don't do anything?
ひょっとしてマキセ・クリスになってしまうのか？
Will she turn into Kurisu Makisu?
記憶と人格は別物よ。脳の中で記憶を扱うのは海馬と大脳皮質。一方で人格は前頭前野の働きによって形成されている。
Memories and personality are different things. Memories are controlled by the hippocampus and cerebral cortex. Personality is constructed by the prefrontal cortex.
それらの働きはお互い密接につながっている部分も大きいわ。
The functions of the two are intricately connected. Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality.
2つの記憶が混在することで脳に対する負担もかなり大きくなってるはず。
The mix of the two sets of memories is probably putting a lot of stress on her brain.
このまま放っておいた場合、最悪カガリさんの人格は崩壊よ。
If we don't do something, it could cause her entire personality to disintegrate. Gosh. But how? Suzuha slammed her fists into her knees in frustration. Ouch! Don't hurt yourself.
それを防ぐ手立てはあると思うか？
There's some way to stop it.
カガリさんの頭の中から。
できそうか？
Oh, damn it. The only way is to remove Kurisu's memories from Kagari's mind. Can you do it?
脳のデータが解析できれば、あるいはでもできるようになるとしても何年先か。
If I can analyze the data in her brain, yes. But how many years away that is, I don't know. Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kagari run away.
一つ手があるとするなら、
If there was a way?
もう一度過去のカガリさんの記憶を上書きすることかしら。
It would be to overwrite her past memories again.
もう一度記憶を？
Right? Her memories?
そもそもカガリさんの記憶を操作した人間はカガリさんの記憶を残すつもりはなかったと思うの。
Oh my god. I don't think whoever altered her memories intended to leave her original ones. You might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they'd intended. In a sense, they had failed.
だったらもう一度カガリさんの記憶をきちんとした装置で脳に上書きしてあげれば、あるいは元通りにできるかもしれない。
So, if we were able to override her memories once more with proper equipment, it might fix her. Override it with what, girl?
しかしそのためにはカガリの記憶データがないと。
But we don't have that memory data.
バックアップが取ってあることを期待するしかないわね。
We'll just have to hope they made backups. Who is they? Backups of what?
装置はどうする？簡単に見つかればいいけど。
What about the equipment? It would be great if we could just find it somewhere, but...
ないなら作ればいいわ。
if it doesn't exist, we can make it.
そんな簡単に。
It's not that easy.
でもクリスは作れたんでしょ？
But Kuriso made it, right?
え
Yeah, you just need a phone. You just need to call someone and you can download 36 bytes of memory into someone's brain. That should be enough. I assume backups of Kagari's memories. They backed her memories up? But that would be in the future though. How are they going to find Kagari's memories in the future, stored somewhere? And bring them back here and then override them. Alright. It had to work similarly to the time leap machine.
だったら私にも作れる。うん。作ってみせる。
Which means I can... No, I will make it too. I might be able to help with that.
問題は記憶データがどこにあるかね。こればっかりは何とかして突き止めるしか方法がないわ。
The question is where to find her memory data though. We'll just have to find it somehow. But it's in the future. I don't think the assumption is that she's been tampered with in the future. But she has been though. I think she's been tampered with since she leaped and escaped, which I tend to agree with. I think she's been tampered with because she was in a lab. They were keeping her there to treat her for PTSD, but somehow it was kind of sus what they were doing to her. Like, they wouldn't let her out. And didn't she have like memories of some machinery? And it'd be kind of standard procedure. When you erase something large and important, you make a backup of it first. Yeah, totally. But that happened in the future, and we are not in the future. So how are we gonna get that memory data? But there simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. Could have happened to her twice. So they could find her memories that she... Maybe the memories are stored when she did the procedure for the first time. For the second time. Sorry. So yeah, let's say Dr. Leskinen found her. Did some overwriting with Kuriso's memories and stored her original data somewhere. Then we can find it. But then we will only get the super soldier Kagari and not the real one. She's not gonna be okay in any case. First time to make her a super soldier, second time to make her Kuriso. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna erase the Kuriso memories, but actually make her worse, because we don't know she's a super soldier in this timeline. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it from my mind.
何かいい方法でも思いついた？
I mean, yeah, we're never gonna get original Kagari, whatever we do, I think. Yeah, we don't even know what she was like and why she was chosen to be a super soldier. I guess because she was there and... Any good ideas?
いや、なんでもない。
None. It wasn't Yuki Amane. It couldn't be. Oh, wait, I have to sneeze. I have to sneeze. Much better. Also, original Kagari was before she ever met Mayuri. Yes, she had different parents. She didn't have Mayuri as a parent. Mayuri just adopted her. We talked late into the night trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. So, if it's just that easy to... Oh my god. Oh my god, I understand. Oh god. Ew. So, yeah, Dr. Leskinen stored Kagari's memories somewhere and then injected them into Yuki. This is why there's two Kagaris. There's Kagari Yuki and Kagari Kagari. All the time we were like, is Yuki Yuki or is Yuki Kagari? But there's both. Oh, you may be onto something. Yeah, now the super soldier is Yuki. And Kagari is just like this scared girl with Kurisu, Makisa Kurisu's memories. We solved the case. Luka-chan. Luka-chan knew it all along. Wouldn't Yuki explode as well then? Yuki was not at the party. Do you mean when... What about the original Yuki that's in Europe? That is the question. Is the original Yuki in Europe? Or... Unless he erased her? Yeah, is Yuki supposed to be in Europe? Because in this timeline, we don't really know who it is. And yeah, it might have not been Yuki, the original Yuki, that got implanted with Kagari's memories. It might have been someone else, but she's posing as Yuki. So there are 3 imposters, at least. I mean, what's happening to Kagari supposedly should happen to Yuki too, if he did the same thing. You mean... What's happening to Kagari? Oh, that she's like, confused. Explode. Explode as in she's not feeling well. I will explode. Yuki, no. Wouldn't Yuki explode as well then? Metaphorically explode. Yeah, like lose her mind because there's 2 people inside of her brain. Yeah, unless he failed with Kagari and succeeded with Yuki. Maybe he did it right the second time. Like extract the memories from Kagari and put them into Yuki. But first put the memories of Kurisu into Kagari. That failed. And then he dropped her on the mountains and took the super soldier memories and put them into Yuki. Or whoever she is. Used my ashes to make pizza at least. Pizza with ashes. It's a new topping. Is there a Yuki backup? Good question. Very good question. Oh my god, Suzuha is never gonna be born at this rate. Oh god, Suzuha has no idea. Trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. Leskinen. Or Gabi said Leskinen was not the mastermind, so it could be Professor Reyes. Could be someone else we don't know. It could be Kurisu. Only snowy ame. Snowy rain. Yuki rain. Snowy rain. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas. Yeah, that's why you ask Luka-chan.
信じられない。
Can't believe it. No,
でも本当なのよね。
but it is true, isn't it? On the train back, Maho Hiyajo was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they came from the future and retold Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally, she'd never believe them. But if Kurisuma Kisa's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Kurisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. No, senpai, you are capable of everything. Oh, shut up. I don't believe you. You are smarter than me. No, you. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. The time leap machine that Kurisu had made, she needed to make an improved version. Yeah, of course it should be improved. I can do what she can do. Noise! You! Yuki! You! Oh no, I only have the lime one. Why? With 2 microwaves and an even cheaper headset. Yes. It meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour. Why do we get artwork of this? Seems very insignificant to get artwork of.
Maho!
There is Maho! The man of the hour. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale. What happened here? Oh, yeah. There were people in the lab looking for stuff. The room had clearly been ransacked. Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Leskinen's desk had clearly been searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she'd escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too. What happened here?
何者かが侵入したらしいんだ。
Someone broke in! Wow, Professor, you must be really intelligent. I need more you! She needs to take her spoon. Artwork of an open window? Yeah. Clearly a sign of danger.
泥棒ってことですか?
Thief?
私が来た時にはこの状態だったの。もしかしたら企業スパイの類かもしれないわね。
It was like this when I got here. I swear it wasn't me. It might be espionage.
こんな何もないところで
In an empty office like this? Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even knew this office existed to begin with. Suddenly Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Would this have something to do with what he'd said? Was a secret war over the time machine already beginning?
とにかく魔法、君も何か盗まれていないか調べたまえ。
Anyway, Maho, I want you to see if anything's been stolen from your things.
はい。
Okay.
どうだい何か取られていたものはあったかい
Was anything taken?
いえ、私の方は何も。
Nothing of mine. You checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing.
教授たちは
What about you two?
こちらも何も盗まれてはいないようだわ。
I don't seem to have lost anything either.
PC の中も確かめてみたが第三者にアクセスされた形跡は見られない
I looked at my computer, but I don't see any trace of access by a third party.
本当に何も取られてないかい
You're sure nothing was stolen?
はい。
Yes.
そういえば魔法君のノート PC はどうしたもしかして盗まれたんじゃないか
Come to think of it, Maho, what about your laptop? Was that stolen?
ああ、あれならホテルに置いてあるから大丈夫です。
Oh, I left it at the hotel. It should be fine.
そうかならいいんだが
I see. I hope you're right.
どうする？警察に連絡する？
What do we do? Call the police?
何も取られていないならことを荒立てる必要はないのかもしれないな
If nothing was stolen, it might not do us any good to make a fuss.
そうね。少し様子を見ましょうか。
You're right. Maybe we should just wait and see what happens. Maho was not sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. And more than anything, Dr. Leskinen probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho too.
教授、実はお願いがあるんです。
Actually, Professor, I need a favor. I'm gonna make a time machine. Can you help? Dr. Leskinen agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Oh, she just asked for a vacation. Oh my god. Oh, it's so messy. Don't leave your hotel rooms like this. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the time leap machine. Once she got back to her hotel room, she quickly got her things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things, so she could stay at the lab for a while.
よし。
Yes.
あとは。
The last thing I need is... Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and portable hard drive that she'd gotten from Kurisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。
That's right.
確か彼。
Wasn't he? After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea, if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Kurisu wanted? Ask Kagari for the password? Or does she have a trash bag in a corner? I don't know. Toilet paper on the desk. And what are these? Tissues and bottles of pills. And the can. Maho, no. She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Kurisu would get mad at her. Yeah, she's thinking about asking Kagari for the password. Life and death were like a binary 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death. If it existed at all, it existed inside the brain. Entire bottles of lube, oh my. I think they are like tablets, pills. Toilet paper can be used as tissues and napkins. Yeah, whenever I have a cold, I have like a toilet roll on my bed, so I keep the tissues coming. Two. Several days passed and I still had no idea who had planted the memories in Kagari's head. I, as in Lintahlo, I went all the way out to talk to the priest who'd found her and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I have had no luck. Ads are starting. Fuck you. Lime was streaming. God damn it. Alright, I guess we're not getting anywhere today. Mm-mm. Ken, it's just a bowl, you don't need to wash. Ew. Loop tablets, it seems inconvenient. There are throat tablets that turn into foam in your throat. They're actually very good for your throat. Dehydrated loop goes well with dehydrated water. Dehydrated water. What the hell is dehydrated water? Anyway, another ad break, I guess. Then we will see what to do after that. Right, we're back. Dehydrated lube goes well with dehydrated water. Maho just lives a very efficient lifestyle. She's not a messy gremlin. Yeah, totally not. Dehydrated water is great to transport instead of large volumes of water. If you're going to places where it isn't really readily accessible, it's light and you just need to rehydrate it and ta-dam, you have water. What? How? Do you mean like water flavor to make like flavored water? Dehydrated water. You need to rehydrate it in areas where it isn't readily accessible. With rehydrated with what if you don't have water? Are you shitting me, Alastor? Welcome back. I can think of something to rehydrate it with. Yeah, I think Alastor is shitting me. Rehydrated water. Take water and remove the water. Then later you add water when you need some. I don't believe it. Buy dehydrated water. Yeah, a Corpa opportunity. So Ocarine is searching for Frau Kagari. Happened. But I had no luck. Sua seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back to the lab since then. She was in touch with Taro at regular intervals, so I didn't think she was in danger. I asked Tenoji and Moika again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. In this word line, the lab hadn't even been attacked, which meant they might be up to something else. Even if they were, I had no idea of even imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped a young Kagari Shina and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. We didn't have time to wait for them to act. But without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute. Why would you not believe us? We're perfectly trustworthy. Dehydrated water! No! Is it gonna be like slime? Or how would you make a compressed version of water?
すみません、真帆先輩。私のために。
Sorry to make you all do all this for me, Maho.
あと少しでできそうだから。
It's almost done, and I'm doing it for me too.
これは私のためでもあるんだし。
We're not done. Maho staggered out of the development room and sank into the sofa and smiled sleepily. There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off soon, as fast as possible.
それにしても、携帯電話を使うだなんて普通考えないわ。
Anyway,
たとえ考えついたとしても、実行に移そうなんて思わない。
I never would have come up with the idea of using a cell phone, and even if I had, I never would have actually tried it.
携帯は話すときにどうしても受話器をこめかみ付近に近づける必要があるからな。
When you're talking on a cell phone, you always need to put it up to your temples, you know? Not really. You can hold it in front of you.
こめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉がありますからね。
That is where the frontal and temporal lobes are.
側頭葉の海馬傍回が記憶を貯蓄する場所だと考えると妥当な判断かと。
If you consider the parahippocampal gyrus and the temporal lobes is where memories are stored, it makes sense, I think.
問題はどうやって記憶を圧縮させるかよね。
The question is how to compress the memories, isn't it? With a black hole.
それについては、もっか僕が毎日徹夜で頑張ってるわけだが。
Working day and night to make that happen.
すまないな、ダル。
Sorry, Darrow. Slime has too much water content to be dehydrated water. Have I ever told you about the dangers of DHMO? What is that? It's the main component of acidic rains, and it can be lethal by inhalation. For real? Or it is an incredibly dangerous substance that should be avoided at all costs. I will look that up later. Sorry, Daru.
しかもハッキングがここからだって絶対にバレないようになんて言うから大変だっつうの。他のバイトだってあるのにさ。
You absolutely insisted that I not let them find out that I'm hacking in from this lab. Oh, so I do not let them find out that I'm hacking in from this lab. So it's extra hard. I've got other work to do too, you know? To compress the memories, we needed CERN's LHC no matter what. That one took a lot of thought. If we made an enemy out of CERN, the tragedy I'd gone through before would repeat. But the main reason that CERN had attacked us was the D-mails we'd sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mails, I mean, Kurisu sent a D-mail from the other wood line. CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBN 5100 that we needed for the hack. Things were coming together better than I had expected.
にしてもさ、オカリン、彼女、ほんと別人みたいなんですけど。
You know, Akari, she's almost a completely different person now. You're right. I nodded at Darrow. What are you talking about? For the past few days, more of Kurisu's memories had been invading Kagari's mind. Lately, she'd even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. Oh my god! She was acting just like Kurisu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details about the device from Kurisu, so it seemed to be helping.
それにしても、こんなラボで本当にタイムリープマシンを作ってたなんて、実際にタイムマシンを目にした今でも信じられないわ。
You know, even after seeing the time machine, I still can't believe you made the time leap machine in a lab like this. Like, for real? This is horrible.
でも人間の記憶を丸ごとデータ化して過去に飛ばすなんて発想はすごいですよね。さすがは真帆先輩。
The idea of digitizing human memories and sending them to the past is an amazing one. You are brilliant, Maho. No, you. No, you. It is a real
その
thing
言
here.
葉、そっくりそのままあなたに返してあげるわ。
It's incredibly common, and nobody talks about that About that. Acidic rain. Fuck. Shocking how few people realize how close they live to this compound. It's practically present in every household. Oh no! Where is it? I will say the exact same thing to you.
はい？
Huh?
あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。
You're a genius, and in the end, I am just Salieri. No way, you are the real Amadeus. Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking that it was Maho and Kurisu talking.
なあ、かがり。
Kagari, or if that is your real name.
そうだ、アマデウスで思い出。
残念ながら凍結されたわ。
I wanted to ask about Amadeus. So what happened to that? Unfortunately, it was shut down.
かがり。
Kagari.
凍結？どうして？も
She's not
しかして
listening.
レスキネン教授が決めたんですか？
Shut down! Why? Did Dr. Leskinen decide to do that?
私にもわからないわ。教授はもっと上からの指示だって言ってたけど。
I don't know. The professor said the orders came from higher up.
そんな、せっかく順調に言ってたのに。
But it was going so well.
なあ、クリス。
Hey, Chris, don't ignore me.
はい？
Who are you? Yes?
あれ？私、今。
Huh? What was I just?
君はカガリ。椎名カガリだよな。
You Kagari. Kagari Shina, right? It's water. Dihydrogen monoxide. Dihydrogen monoxide is super dangerous. The super dangerous chemical. Nearly everyone who died in the last century came in contact with it in one form or another. Are you kidding me again? Dihydrogen monoxide. It's water. Yes, nodding. Everyone is nodding. Oh my god. Where's the pigeon from? Oh my god. Looking at the other emotes of the person. Peak and sus. Very nice. So it does not make my point less true. Yeah, it's just like theory. You breathe oxygen and oxygen is actually burning your cells. So oxygen is the reason that you die. The main component of acidic rain is water, and breathing water can be lethal. Yeah, crazy. Oxygen is oxidizing. Yeah, right.
Sheena, Kagari.
Kagari Shina. A what? Kagari Shina? Oxygen used to be really badly dangerous to our unicellular ancestors. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, there is such a thing as oxygen poisoning. Is there? Oxygen should not be included.
そう、私はシーナ・カガリ。私は。
That's right. I'm Kagari Shina. Kagari suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid.
でも、それじゃあ、これは。この頭の中にある記憶は
何？But then, what are those memories in my head?
それはマキセクリスの記憶だ。君の記憶じゃない。
Maki's memories, not yours.
そんなこと言われてもわかんないよ。
I don't know what that means. Kagari was acting completely different now that she was just a moment ago with Maho. She raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum.
だって、私にとっては私の記憶でしかないんだもん。
To me, these are all my memories.
マユリママたちとの記憶も、子供の頃のパパとの記憶も、アメリカの大学での出来事も、全部私の中にあるんだもん。
He is exploding. My memories with Mommy Mayuri, and my memories with my dad when I was a kid, then my memories of the college in America are all inside me.
どれが本当で、どれか嘘かなんて。
I don't know which are real and which are fake.
わかんないよ。
They are all real though. They just don't belong to you. My words turned to sobs. I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. It is all real. What do you mean? None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself, but it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. I remembered what Kurisu had said when she'd finished the time leap machine. She said you could never put your memories inside someone else's mind. It would destroy their personality. But if we were to leave Kakari like this, what would happen? There was a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Kurisu's would remain. If that happened, who would the person in front of me become? Would they be Kagari? Or would they be Kurisu? If it was Kurisu, that wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. But the more I thought, the more I felt a horrible idea tugging at my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it.
私、どうしたらいいの？助けて。ママ。
Tell me. What am I supposed to do? Save me? Mommy? Daddy? Would have been great if Mayuri was around. But unfortunately, both she and Luka-chan had gone to school. Impressive! People around here are going to school. Both of them were worried about Kagari and had told me to contact them if anything came up, but that didn't mean I could rely on them all the time.
Kagari-tan, ちょっと気分転換に散歩でもしてきたらどう？
No, don't leave her alone. Oh my god, shit. That's usually what limits the depth you can dive at. Oh, right. Admittedly, probably before they got many organelles, but still, took a while for life to adapt to having benefit from oxygen instead of getting burned from it. Yeah. In normal air composition, oxygen becomes poisonous around 60 meters. Pure oxygen would become poisonous at a few meters depth. Blah. 60 meters hate? I don't understand. You mean 60 meters in the air? Or in the water? She remembers her memories at the college. Time to ask who did it! I think she means the Kurisu memories at the college. Like, Kurisu at college. Depth. Oh, underwater, yeah. Okay, aren't there divers that go deeper? Do they have different breathing gas compositions for different depths? Does all this mean that in Kagari's Mayuri and Nakabachi are her parents? Ew, gross! Wait, the school still hasn't forgotten about them. You have to breathe different gases, yeah. It's all a question of partial pressure. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't inhale pure oxygen anyway, because it's... I mean, you can do it, but you shouldn't do it on a regular basis. Didn't she say she remembers both? Didn't she call Nakabachi the voice of God? You think that was Nakabachi and not Leskinen? Leskinen was the voice of God. Unless Nakabachi is the mastermind. But he's not smart. Unlike Leskinen. Alright, Leskinen. The dude in the facility in the future. He did look more like Leskinen, but that could be a red herring. Nakabachi couldn't mastermind his way out of a wet paper bag. Got them mixed up. No, it's Leskinen. So yeah, you always breathe combinations of gases, not just oxygen. Oxygen is the one you need to live, but when you breathe, you breathe in a mix of airs. Kagari-tan, why don't go for a walk to get your mind off things?
そうね。人間じっとしてると余計なこと考えちゃうものよ。少しくらい体を動かした方がいいかもしれないわね。
That is right. Humans have a tendency to overthink things when they're sitting still. It might be better to move around a little.
というわけで
Okay,
オカリ
whatever.
ン、係官を頼んだ。
わかった。
Okay, take care of Kagaritan. Okay. The two of us walked out to Central Street together, but we didn't really have anything to do. The air outside must have made her feel a little better because Kagari was starting to calm down.
その、どこか行きたいところあるかな？
So, is there some place you'd like to go? Did Maho just... Maho of all people, did she just tell us to touch grass? How dare she? Oh yeah, Limo. Limo's playing Doom. Well, she's not playing Henry, but she's playing Doom. Oh yeah, that game looks so good.
どこでもいいの？
Can I go anywhere I want to?
ああ、君の行きたいところでいい。
Anywhere you want.
それじゃあ、クリスさんと行ったところに連れてってほしい。
And take me somewhere you went with Carissa.
え？
オカリンさんがクリスさんと歩いたことのある場所に連れて行って。
Oh my god, are you deaf? Take me someplace you went with Carissa or Karin. Pronto. Somewhere I'd been with Carissa. Where could that be except the lab? The coin laundry in the neighborhood? Orin Park? They would were at the park? Gyudon Sunbo. What? I hadn't spent a lot of time with her at fun or romantic places. I spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different word lines. I'd gone through that time again and again. Most of it had been spent arguing and working with her at the lab. But never spent any time going places to have fun. And we never made it to Aomori. Right? We didn't make it to Aomori. Just like Ludwig and Michael Reeves. Oh, they dodged Aomori. I wanted so badly to go to see them go to Aomori. For no other reason than this game. Like, literally anything I know about Aomori is his reaction when she said, "My dad lives in Aomori." He's him saying, "Aomori!" So I was like, oh, what is about that place? Why is he yelling like this? But he probably just meant that it was very far away from Tokyo. Just saw this for the first time just now. You don't know the punchy mode. We have a punchy mode. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Punching. It's like 5 hours by Shinkansen. Yeah, but they were going to use a bus. So would take long. Because they didn't have the money for the Shinkansen. It has been 6.5 hours. Time to grill. Do you want me to stop playing? Lime was playing Doom. Vin is still playing Minecraft. Mixer is also online. She's playing Claire Obscure. I'm distracted. By bus it's 600 kilometers, so probably 10 hours to 12 hours, yeah. No, I want you to finish all the routes today. No! Thanks for the big emotes. I can't be here next weekend. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Today or this stream? Well, not today. Not this stream. No. Damn it. Am I here next weekend? I think so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Saturday stream. We're gonna finish Mortal Shell on Thursday, I'm thinking. Unless I have really trouble with the birdie boss. Yeah, there's no reason for me to not stream on next Saturday. Sorry. It's Japan Day in Düsseldorf on Saturday and I totally forgot. So no stream for Guppy. Oh no! I mean, I could stream on Sunday. Japan Day is just one day, right? All good. I'll try to keep my streak alive. Never made it to Aomori. Oh.
オカリンさんがクリスさんと初めて会ったのはどこ？
Where did you first meet Kuriso, Karin? When he
初めて会っ
died.
た場所。
Where we first met? Flashbang, flashbang,
私
flashbang.
そこに行きたい。
That's where I want to go. The place where Kuriso and I had met. It was flashbang, flashbang. Oh no.
ここが？
Is this it? We can't go to a real place. We don't have enough artwork. So it's gotta be here. A brightly colored building in front of Akihabara Station, the radio building. This was where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after that when I met Kurisu. I could still remember it, the challenging look in her eyes. Thinking back, I may had already fallen in love with her then. But even though this was the place I'd met her, this was also the place where she had died, where I had killed her. Wait, they both gonna explode. Ocarine, what is wrong? Sorry. Lately, I'd been so busy with Kagari that I started to think I was getting a little better, but maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい。ごめん。もしかして私のせい？
You're really sweating. Ew. I'm sorry. Is this my fault?
いや、そうじゃないんだ。
No, it's not it. It's just... Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember Flashbang. I won't be able to chat and will probably watch the VOD on Sunday. Oh no. Happy will spy on the stream. Send a single duck and dip. Probably. Love at first sight. Yeah, or whatever. What happened that day? But...
行こう。
Let's go.
いいの？具合悪いんでしょ？
They can both connect through PTSD. Are you sure? You're not feeling good, are you?
大丈夫だ。
Fine. I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep Mayuri, Daru, and the others worrying forever. If I need to get over it at some point, then...
わかった。それじゃ行こう。
Alright, let's go. Something soft touched my hand. Kagari was holding my hand tightly in hers.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Kagari led me down the bustling street towards the radio building. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I'd gone inside, I was still doing better than I had thought I would. But I still didn't feel like climbing the stairs where it had happened. We took the elevator to the roof. There is aka Rumiho Ahikiha. No! Finish now! I'd carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. I'd been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. First thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine. Is it safe to bring Kagari here?
わあ、な 懐かしい。これ。私、これに乗ってきたんだよ。
Wow, I remember this. I came here in this thing. Very happily ran up to the time machine. It was right after she'd separated from Suzuha that she'd lost her memories. She remembered going from the future to this place in 1975? Oh yeah,
初めてこ
1998
のビ
is...
ルの上に降りた時にね、お空がすっごく綺麗でびっくりしたの。
First time I came outside here, the first time I came outside here, I was amazed at how pretty the sky was. Fortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kagari spoke as if there was an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us.
私、ママと別れるのが嫌で、ずっとこのマシンの中で泣いてた。ママに会いたいよって。
I didn't want to leave Mommy, so I stayed inside the machine and cried. I miss her so much.
そんなことじゃダメだ。いつまでも泣くんじゃないって、鈴葉お姉ちゃんに言われて、それでも悲しくて。
But Suzuha told me that I had to stop crying and I couldn't be like that anymore, but I was still so sad.
そんな時に開いたハッチの外に見えたのが青い空だったの。
And then the hatch opened and I saw blue sky.
2036年の空は
The
青くない
sky
のか
in 2036 isn't blue?
うん。戦争の影響でね、ずっと黒くて暗い空。それに外にもなかなか出してもらえないし。
Yeah, the war made it all black and dark and disgusting, and they wouldn't let me go outside very much. The mid-70s were right after the big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. It was also when air pollution was a really big deal. Air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed beautiful to her anyway, that must have meant the air in the future was really terrible. Oh yeah, the 70s was the time where the crime happened in Paranoma's side. And so yeah, that's where the Sumida River got super polluted.
オカリンさんはここでクリスさんと初めて会ったの？
Karin, is this where you first met Kariso? No, it was downstairs actually.
いやここじゃない
No, this isn't it.
ここ
This
は
is
お、
a cold drop hit my nose. Is it raining? Acid rain. You know, 2036 sounds like a very sucky time. Yeah.
降ってきちゃった。
It started to rain.
ああ
Yeah, you're right.
そうだな
That's right. Oof.
岡部か。
Abba,
生きてたか
you're alive.
そっか。
Right.
ここだとあんたと会っちゃう可能性がある。
Forgot I might run into you here. Oh, she's talking.
何をしていたんだ
What are you doing?
考え事。
Thinking.
そうか
Oh, I see. Flashbang. The rain had been falling then too. When she'd learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and looked up at the sky like this.
すごい降ってきたよ。オカリンさん、中に。
It's really pouring. Karin, get inside. Inside the time machine? Is this what's gonna happen?
オカリンさん。
Karin. What had she been thinking then? When she'd entrusted her fate to another person? To me?
オカリンさんたら、このままじゃ風邪ひいちゃうよ。早くこっち
Karin,
に。
you're going to catch a cold. Hurry. To catch a cold. Harry drags me inside, away from the noise of the falling rain. Yeah, it's not inside the time machine, because they can't even operate it to get inside. Only Suzuha can. I feel like I've seen this scene before. Yeah. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. The place was being renovated and none of the stores were open. The lights were off too, and it made the place seem very gloomy.
はあ、びっくり。
Wow, that really surprised me. That day, after the rain, Kurisi and I had leaned up against each other and talked. And also, she saw your lab coats together. Pools! Hello! Give it 11 years. Kagari! No mending clothing with miscolored thread. Welcome, Pools. We're not gonna be streaming for long. God damn it. We're over 6 hours, but I'm not sure where to stop. Is this a good place to stop? Remember the Quacken of the 300. Hi, thank you. You're welcome. And this was also the place where...
ここだよ。
This is it.
ここが
This is
俺と
where
クリスが初めて会
I
った場
met
所だ。
Kuriso and killed Kuriso. Strictly speaking, this is where I first met her in the Beta World line. That day, half a year ago. God. Can you not?
私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
What were you trying to tell me earlier?
さっきとはいつのことだ？
What are you talking about?
ほんの15分くらい前、会見が始まる前に。
About 15 minutes ago, before the conference started.
私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして。
You were trying to tell me something, right? You looked really sad. Maybe, is it this Ocarine who goes back in time to tell her something? Well, you're far from any ending, and I don't know when the chapter ends. Shit. Nice to meet you. Nice! Nice to meet you. How do you... Nice, it's not knife. But thank you for the huge emote.
まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。
You looked like you were going to start crying any second.
どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
Why? Have we met before? Thinking back... Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. I wished I'd never met her. Whoa. If only I'd have known this would be the result. If I'd never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way. Oh my god! Ocarine. I felt something soft touch my face.
かがり。
Kagari.
私が怖がっていると、ママがよくこうしてくれたの。
Pet pet. Mommy used to do this whenever I was scared.
どうして？
Why?
だって、オカリンさん、すごく辛そうで、今にも泣き出しそうなんだもん。
Yeah, looked like you were going to start crying any second. Gary patted me on the head again and again, as if I were a child.
あいつとクリスと初めて会ったのはここだった。
This is where I first met Kurisu.
ここって、この踊り場？
Here on the landing?
あ、最初の印象は最悪。初めて会ったっていうのに上から目線だわ、睨みつけてくるわで可愛さのかけらもなかった。
Yeah, she left a terrible first impression. The First time she met me, she was arrogant and spent a lot of time glaring at me. Not cute at all. She did not come off as arrogant at all.
もっとも向こうだってそう思ってただろうけどな。
Of course, she probably felt the same way about me. After all, at the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents.
でもそれでもクリスさんはオカリンさんにとって大切な人になった。
But she still ended up being someone you cared about.
あ、
That's right. Wasn't the alpha word line though. Right after I met Kurisu in this one, she'd...
私の顔ってクリスさんによく似てるんだよね。
My face looks a lot like Makisa's, doesn't it?
どうしてそれを。
How did you know?
真帆さんから聞いたの。
Maho told me so.
それでネットで調べてみたんだけど、自分でもびっくりするくらい似てた。
And so I looked it up on the internet and I was amazed.
そんな人の記憶が私の中にあるなんて、それも運命なのかなって。
Maybe it's fate that her memories are inside me. Fate. The choice of STEINS Gate. It always was. It laughed at us. It toyed with us.
ねえ、もしも。
Just hypothetically, a drop of rain ran down Kagari's hair and hit the floor.
もしもね、椎名かがりの記憶がなくなって、完全にクリスさんの記憶に入れ替わるとしたら、
If I were to lose my memories as Kagari Shina and they were all replaced with the memories of Kurisu Makise,
そしたら、私はマキセクリスになっちゃうのかな。
would it turn into Kurisu Makise?
そう簡単にいくものじゃないよ。
It's not that simple. You would probably explode. Visual novels are funny. I wrote a book. It's multiple choice, and I illustrated it. Then I added full voice acting and sound effects. You don't even need full voice acting. I wrote a book with different endings. End dating. Fate. Sure. Coffee potion. STEINS Gate rhymes with finds fate. Coincidence? I think so. Yeah.
でも、もしもだよ。もしもそうなるなら、オカリンさんは嬉しい。
What if it were? If that happened, would you be happy? This is not about making this dude happy. VNs don't even have always multiple endings. Yeah, they can be kinetic. Thanks, Guppy, for a Diviga Hydrate. The Kraken of 300 is just happy that Elf has been compelled by Duck all stream. Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot about the duck. Oh, no.
私がクリスさんになったら、
If I became
オカリンさんは
Kurisu, would it make you happy? It was the voice of the demon I tried so many times to ignore. I didn't want that. Or did I?
でも、私はやっぱり
Duh?
嫌だな。
I wouldn't like that now. Another drop of rain struck the floor. I wouldn't like that. She seemed like a nerd. I don't want to become Kurisu.
このまま自分がどうやって生きてきたのかもわからないまま、誰からも必要とされないまま消えちゃうなんて。
I don't want to disappear, not knowing why I was ever alive, not being of any use to anybody.
かがり。
私、どうなっちゃうのかな。私は。
What's going to happen to me?
私は。
I was shaking a little. wasn't just because of the cold.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
いや
I never did figure out what she was apologizing for.
このままじゃ風邪をひく。そろそろ帰ろう。
You're going to catch a cold. Let's go home. Wow, the tears dried up in seconds. Yeah, whatever. Let's go.
とにかく上がってください。
Just come in. Luca? The first time I went to Luca-chan's room, it really did look like a girl's room.
うわあ、二人ともずぶ濡れ。急いで着替えなきゃ。
You're both soaked. You better hurry and change. You know, Yashi's shrine was closer to the radio building than the lab. So I decided to bring Kagari there. Mayuri had sent me a message on the way, so I had her come here first. I figured that Kagari needed Mami Mayuri right now more than she needed me. Now, no one can say I did not mention it. Yes, thanks for that. The power of the duck compels you.
ママ。
Mama, eh? Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かったでしょ
It must have been so cold, right?
う。お風呂沸かしてきますね。
I will get a bath ready. Only for her, not for Okarin. Luka-chan handed us towels to wipe away the rain and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂、ママと一緒がいい。
Oh my god. I want to take a bath with you.
マユシーと
With Mayushi?
いいよ。
Sure.
あ、でも、オカリンはどうする
With Mayushi? Sure, okay. But what will you do, Okarin?
いや、俺はいい。かがりを先に入れてやってくれ。
I'm fine. You guys can go first.
ありがとう。オカリンも風邪ひいちゃうから、着替えだけでもしてね。
Okay, thanks. Make sure you change so you don't catch a cold, okay? Oh, fuck. No, he's not gonna be with Luka-chan alone in the room. No! Luca is not. Was not standing in the rain. There's no need for that. Oh, fuck. No! Alright, emergency stream ending. Which one can I overwrite? I don't know. Let's try this one. Number 23. He needs comforting too. No, he doesn't. Nope, I don't want this. Right, who do we raid? Vayne, I guess. We haven't raided Vayne in a while. Oh my god, Clear Obscure looks very pretty. Oh wow, black and white. Super pretty. Elf used raid. Elf escaped successfully. Elf panic moment. Okay, it deserves to be wet and miserable and get a cold. And step on a Lego. Right, let's write a raid message for Vayne. Yeah, that's the old message. Okay, she'll step on a Lego and then, as he hops holding the injured foot, land on the same Lego. The fun part is Ocarina is getting slandered when he was just being a decent human being. Yeah, that is true. He hasn't done anything bad in this game, except for not getting in the time machine, which ruins everything. But apart from that, he has been a decent human being. He has been taking his pills. Med check, everyone. But I still, I'm like, no, don't get close to Luka-chan. The elves are here. Elf continued digging deeper and deeper in the story and found lots of hurt. She still slanders Ocarina though and does not understand his pain. How is the mining going? I do understand his pain. I totally do. It's just he pissed me off so much in the last game that I find myself unable to forgive him. So I do appreciate that he's taking his pills and like going to therapy and he's actually not done anything bad. But I mean, is he really gonna be only a decent person if going through deep depression? Because that is not a good message to send. Elf is nicer to Bakarin than I am. Yeah. You want to send him back to the past to watch his love die and over again. No, I want him to save Kurisu, like he did at the end of the first game. Like, I still don't get why this game is built this way. It was horrible at the start of the first game. Yeah, the elves are here. The elves are here. The elves are here. Yeah, you make your modifications now for the raid. And we're gonna raid Main. Playing Minecraft. My god. To be fair, even at the end of the first game, he was a decent human being. Not really, no. At the end of the first game, he met Kurisu again and started calling her Christina again. So, no character development. That was a bad touch. He had an incredible amount of character development. He was suffering and stopped being cringe. But apart from that, I don't know. I don't think he should be the main character. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you. Wait. Thank you for the subs, everyone, and for the bits and the huge emotes. Thanks for writing silly stuff in chat and being a chat mem and lurking. Whatever you did, I hope you had fun. And I hope to see you next time. Next Thursday, we will continue Mortal Shell. Next Saturday, or maybe Sunday, we will continue this. Go to the Discord to stay updated. The more Ocarina suffers, the better person he becomes. Yeah, that's not a good message either. Like, therefore I'm just improving his character. Fine, leave us. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Jesus. He wasn't perfect, but he was going out of his way to save people and was generally trying to be nice to them and change. He cares a lot about Mayuri, but he was not ready to do the same for Kurisu. Shunibyo Elf is too cool for us. Shunibyo Elf. Minecraft. Ew! Game for the dwarves. An elf's natural enemy. No, the dwarves are not an elf natural enemy. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stream and chat and explaining all the things that go way past my understanding. Panic! Anyway, let's go see what Wayne is up to. Right now. Goodbye, everyone. See you next time.
Okay, I'm trying to get a sweet spot to Oh my god. Raid! Ooh. Well, we destroyed something, Drukby. Hi guys! Hi Elf! Hi, hi, hi! TNT doesn't care about money fatigue. Yeah. The elves are here. Elf continued digging